testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Calling this meeting to order. It is 5:01. Trustees, 1.02, you have with you our Board of Trustees ground rules and our 2022 board vision. So just please make sure you take some time to review them so we're able to adhere to the ground rules that we committed to as trustees. 1.03, Chancellor's recommendation of the agenda.
Recommended as presented.
Okay, thank you. 1.04, are there any consent items to be pulled? Trustee Pachowski. Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Wait. There we are. 10.02.
Okay. 10.02,
10.04.
10.04.
10.06. 10.07.
Okay.
10.14. 11.01. 11.03. 12.04 and 12.07.
12.07.
7.
Okay. Any other items to be pulled from trustees? Trustee Chancellor.
I got a new computer and I'm having a hard time, so I don't have the numbers with me right now.
Okay.
But I'm hoping that there aren't any above and beyond what Trustee Pachowski pulled.
Okay. So I'm just going to go over the items just to make sure I have them all covered, Trustee Pachowski. So I have you pulling from the consent calendar 10.02, 10.04, 10.06, 10.07, 10.14, 11.01, 11.03, 12.04, 12.07. Okay. And 11.02. Okay. Okay. So for 11.03 for the Ventura College curriculum, we just wanted to get some clarification, Trustee Pachowski, on what is the item or the concern? There are several. Okay. What were some of those concerns? Okay, and we can wait. And the reason we're asking is we do have our legal counsel here with us to be able to guide us. So we hear our counsel, but my understanding is as a board, we don't adhere per se to the Robert's Rules of Order. And so we have parliamentary procedures. And because it was a vote of 2 trustees in favor to oppose, the item died. And when that happens, because it wasn't necessarily a prevailing side, we can have the other trustee that was absent who's present to be able to reconsider the item, which was a request that we did have. Trustee Pachowski? Chancellor?
I can only talk about what I've seen and what I've observed and what I've learned as being watching our board meetings and being a part of them. And there's been no specific adherence to a particular form of parliamentary procedure, but a general agreement that an informal use of Robert's Rules of Order would be the protocol followed. But there's nothing in policy or procedures that say that this is the procedures that are followed. But generally, the board has followed a form of parliamentary procedure
Right.
that
I know
looks like Robert's Rules of Order.
I understand that some governmental bodies here in California do follow a slightly different group of rules of order known as Rosenberg's Rules of Order. And Rosenberg's Rules of Order also state that once a vote has been taken, it is final. The vote failed on a 2-2 vote, and therefore it would have required a motion to reconsider, and a motion to reconsider can only be made by someone on the prevailing side at the same meeting.
So you may want to.
Our-
To help with
So
this.
our legal counsel is not here. Our legal, okay. Hi, thank
Chair?
you. Trustee Cancer.
Can I just, from my perspective, I'm gonna go back to our orientation. It was always explained and it was less informal in that explanation that we always follow parliamentary rule and as this body. And, through the years that we were reminded of that in practice and from the dais that that's the body or rules that we have followed, as a collective body. So that's always been my understanding. I'm just trying to provide historical context.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor.
So, good evening, board members. My name is Michael Travis from Best and Krieger. I just wanted to provide a little clarity here. So it is true that most boards will say specifically, what they want to follow. It's not always necessary, but during, for example, your board organizational meetings, you can talk about that as a board as what you want to do if you want to have more strict adherence to rules. And having general kind of guidelines of following rules of orders important to have. But the procedural norms that boards follow can be a little bit flexible because the work that you do is not always subject to, strict rules like that. So, the reintroduction of a failed item can be allowed in the interest of overall fairness if a board member did not have the opportunity to participate in an important discussion that affects your student body. And if the board decides, hey, this is a significant issue and we feel like all of our board members should participate in this vote, then there's nothing, the absence of a rule does not mean that it is prohibited. As you probably are all aware, under the education code and specifically 7090, I think it's 70902, you have the discretion to engage and decide whatever kind of activity or program you wish as a board. And that as long as it's not inconsistent with a law that says you can't do something. So I will say, number one, it is within your discretion to have this item on the board if the board deems that is appropriate. And secondly, if any trustee believes that the item is inappropriate, there could be a motion to and a vote on whether it is appropriate, and the board can take action that way. As it currently stands, it's pulled for discussion, and you can always have a motion to have it approved that way as well. It's really what the board decides to do. There's the bottom line is there's no rule against what has happened here, and I would encourage the board to have a robust discussion about the issue, so that way your constituents are served.
Thank you, Michael. Trustee or did you have a comment, Trustee Lickton?
I do have a question.
Trustee Lickton?
I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Michael Travis.
Travis?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Travis. Thanks for being here this evening.
Sure.
Question, you work with other boards that are educational based?
Yeah, I have about 18 years in education law specifically.
And typically do those boards have policies within their policy guidelines that dictate the adherence to Robert's Rules of Order or some other procedure?
Some do and some don't. It just depends if a board feels like it's an important issue they've encountered, or if there's been questions over the course of a year, they might say, hey, why don't we have a discussion about formalizing some of these rules that we have.
So in your mind, what would be the purpose of having the board adhering to Robert's Rules of Order?
It just, it allows expectations to, be the same across for everybody, in the context of a given situation. It makes things a little bit more structured. So some board members like that. You know, and on the other hand, you might want to have the ability to be flexible if you need to be flexible. So even though sometimes you have Robert's Rules of Order, you can say the board can decide to take reasonable actions, for example, to deal with the situation as necessary.
Suspend. Mhm. Okay.
That
I
would-
appreciate your time.
In that case,
Trustee Pacheski?
Chair Torres, that would require a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules.
If you had rules, if you had specific rules that were adopted, then you would need a vote to suspend them, but I don't think that there are any.
We don't have
I've looked specifically and I did not see any rules that the board has in that regard. So I don't think that would be necessarily to
And what
subdivision A.
section under that?
Subdivision A.
Subdivision A.
Yeah, that just basically says the board has the authority to take any action that is not inconsistent with the purposes for which a community college district is established.
Do you have an opinion on the value of boards such as ours having a policy in place that dictates that we use Robert's Rules of Order?
So that's a discretion, that's a decision that's within the discretion of the board. It's not really a legal question, I could say. As far as best practice goes, it's just what's the best fit for your board, you know, and you all have a discussion about that and say, well, what is appropriate for us to kind of help us make decisions in these circumstances.
So it's situational.
It's very situational. I mean, that's sorry to give you the standard, it depends answer that lawyers always give you, but it really does.
Well, I was hoping for something other, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So trustees, this was brought back because we did have a trustee who made a formal request to bring this item to the board because of their absence. And so to be able to give him the opportunity because it was a failed item. And so he wanted to be part of the conversation because as an institution, an academic institution, and dealing with curriculum, the trustee really wanted to have that opportunity to engage in that conversation. Unfortunately, he had an emergency last meeting, and so he needed to leave. And so he wasn't able to be here, but he would like that opportunity, given the fact that it was a 2-2 vote. Had it been a 3-1, then there would be no discussion because you would have had 3 board members, which is a majority of the board. So there would be no need for a conversation because the majority of the board was in agreement with the decision. But given the fact that it was a 2-2 and a request came through, it's a reason why we're entertaining this item. And because there's so many different rules and things coming our way, we had Michael.
With all due respect, there's two things here. On one hand, I sent an email to the chancellor over a week ago asking about this, and this is the first time I've heard anything mentioned that trustee chancellor had asked for that. I asked for that information over a week ago, and your words are the first time I'm hearing that. Okay, so I'm not so sure. I mean, and secondly, I heard trustee chancellor say that traditionally we follow Robert's Rules of Order. So it sounds like he was willing to, like he's in agreement on that. That's
Trustee
what it
Chancellor.
sounded like.
I'm sorry, Chair.
I may be wrong.
Trustee Chancellor.
Okay. I thought I said parliamentary. I thought it was pretty clear from my orientation all the way through. We have always informally, and maybe you could call it formally because we received a directive from the chair multiple times. We follow parliamentary rule as a district and as a board. That's what I've always experienced.
That's what I'm saying. That's what it sounds. That's exactly what I'm
Parliamentary,
saying.
not Robert's rule.
Parliamentary is the same. It's the same thing.
From my understanding, it's different, but I'm no expert.
So the board decides what rules it's going to follow. It's not, there's no outside controlling rules that control the board. The board controls the rules. So if the board decides that this is appropriate, you know, if you want to, you know, formalize that, you can, but if the decision has been made that this is appropriate in the circumstances, then that's the board's decision. There's no, you know, outside force that can compel you to do something in a particular way.
Trustee Chancellor.
I think rules are really important, and I think past practice is super important. But for me, and this could be wrong, but one of the most fundamental rules of a board of 5 is a majority, and living with that decision when it goes through. And trust me, I've been at the receiving end of not being in the majority of decisions. Unfortunately, I had an emergency, and it sounds like it resulted in a 2-2. I understand rules are important, but not giving an item the opportunity for a full board discussion because of a technicality that perhaps we are fitting into a box of a rule that we see aligns. But we are a board. I don't understand why we're not giving an opportunity for the full board to have anything that comes up on this agenda that we decide through a chair and working with the chancellor. So we've invested now 15 minutes in this, and it's not even an item on the agenda. I just don't see the value in investing huge amount of time if we're going to allow good governance to go through and let the full board hear it and see where the decision falls. So I'm just, it seems like a technicality and it seems like a rabbit hole. And for me, a waste of time. With that said, I respect the comments and I respect the idea of rules, but we're a board of 5. I don't understand what we're afraid of letting 5 voices be heard and voting something out, whether we like
We already made a decision. There was a vote taken.
So at this moment, so what would we need to do next in order to determine whether we want to revisit this? So as the chair of the board, this is being reintroduced to be able to provide a trustee the opportunity to engage in the conversation, given the fact that we don't have anything specific of how we governed our meetings, and perhaps that's something we need to look into as the board. But you've heard the conversation, so what would happen next? Do we need to hear from each trustee to see, do they want to consider this item and present it to me to the full board? And then the full board decides what we want to do?
You could have, based on the conversation, you could have a motion and have a vote on it
And the motion would be, is there a motion to bring this item for,
to bring it on as agendized, and have a vote on the full issue.
okay, so we would need a board member, someone to make that motion.
Yes.
Okay,
Second and then a vote.
so is there a board member or
We're in open session.
this is,
Would we do it now or would we do it later?
Just a point of clarification.
Yes.
We have item 11.03 on the agenda.
yes.
Is it essentially the same item that we discussed and voted on last month?
It's identical.
I'm asking the chair. Thank you, trustee Pachowski.
So it is the same that was
Okay,
brought forward.
So we can then revisit this item when it comes up as 11.03, discuss and have a vote on it.
So is that what we can do?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
that's what I thought I heard council say.
Yep.
I suggest we move on with our meeting and address this when it comes up.
Okay. Thank you, trustee Mantuz. Okay, so with this, we are moving on to public comments. And we do have a public comment. We have here one from Lee Ballestero.
Thank you. This is working, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Good evening. My name is Lee Ballestero. I have been a faculty member at Moore Park College since 2007. And I am here tonight to speak about the compressed calendar negotiations and impasse. I know both the union and the district have put in many, many hours negotiating this topic. And it's unfortunate that we are in this position, given all of the valuable time that has been put in. And that doesn't even include the time that will continue to be put in as the district and the union navigate the impasse process this summer. But that is what I'm here to talk about, time. Faculty were hired to teach classes with an understanding of how much contact time we were required to have for each class. That understanding will change under the compressed calendar. We will be required to teach more hours for the same pay. Hours per semester that the district is not willing to compensate us for. This is not about asking for a raise. This is about asking to be compensated for the increased hours that we will spend in class. Since the compressed calendar requires more hours, those additional hours should be reflected in our salary. Instead, the district is asking faculty to absorb these hours without any compensation. Faculty deserve to be fairly compensated for teaching and creating additional curriculum and content for these extra hours in a compressed calendar. Time is precious. The time we spend at work and the time we spend with our family. Every minute you ask us to work for free is time we will not get back and time we will not have with our family. We should be compensated for those minutes because those minutes become hours and those hours become days, year after year. I thank you for your time. And since I do value your time and mine, I will end my public comment early.
Thank you, Lee. And this is the only public comment that I have. Is there any more, Michelle? No? Okay. So with this, we are moving to closed session. We will return back at 6:30. in open session. I am going to ask President Gonzalez, Dr. Gonzalez, if you would please do us the honor of leading us in the pledge to the flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. 3.02, closed session report. There is nothing to report this evening from closed session. And 3.03, we are now moving to public comments. So we do have, I believe, 13 public comments. So it's great to be able to see a full room and to be able to see everyone. Public comments, you are allowed 3 minutes. So we are going to ask that you please make sure that you adhere to your 3 minutes. If for some reason you're going over those 3 minutes, I will just remind you to please just shorten your speech. So with that, we have our first speaker, which is Logan Hardison, followed by James Walker. Good evening.
And staff. My name is Logan Hardison, and my wife and I live in farm in the Santa Clara Valley between Santa Paula and Fillmore. So we're very interested in the report on the East Valley campus this evening. And we want to recognize that we went through the Santa Paula school system and we've watched our classmates and others' generations since then go through the Ventura Community College system on to bachelor degrees and many doctorates as well. So we're quite interested in the progress that can be made and what is needed in the area. So we applaud the work by the president, Claudia Harita Habib, and the dean, Dean Johnson, and their work in Santa Paula, and all the work that's gone to date. I will say that from my ad hoc unofficial survey, there's a lot yet to be done. In talking to recent graduates, one could not get the beginning courses in Santa Paula and needed to transport to Ventura for all of her courses, even at the first year level. Another one too busy with work and unable to really get into the system. So there's lots of opportunity, and we look forward to what will transpire not only in what's going on today, but in the 10-year plan for Ventura College and the Ventura College East Campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Logan. We have now James Walker, followed by Mary Ann.
I was wondering if I could speak during 11.03 in a public comment. That's what I think I wrote on my card, the
Okay.
Ventura College curriculum.
Absolutely, yes,
Thank
you
you.
may. Welcome. We'll have Mary Ann, followed by Dina Hall. Okay. Okay, Dina Hall, followed by B. Herrera.
I've worked in my discipline for 35 years. During that time, I've continued my education, gained invaluable experience in the field, and have brought this professional expertise to this district. As a CE faculty member who has revised and created courses, certificates, degrees, and programs, I have helped fulfill the Academic Senate's 10+1 responsibility and education program development. The time, labor, and built-in checks and balances, this process ensures high quality, relevant programming at our community colleges. Program creation begins by determining whether or not there is a need for the program. Usually this comes from community partners, industry, workforce development boards, changes in state or national regulations, an industry practice, or four-year program offerings. There's a plausibility review to determine whether the program can be appropriately supported by the college and the community. Once that review is complete, we, the faculty, request, gather, submit labor market data from the Center for Excellence. We determine whether the program will offer a local or transfer degree, certificate, or both. If it's a transfer degree, there are additional requirements to follow with transfer model curriculum. We gain approval from our local college administration. We gain the approval from the industry partner advisory boards. In CE, a notice of intent is sent to the South Central Coast Regional Consortium for approval of proposed programs. And each voting member of the consortium, which are representatives of all the community colleges in our region, then vote on whether or not to approve the creation of the proposed program. Faculty then research similar programs and courses at other colleges, first within California and then in other states. We reference and research state and national regulatory bodies thoroughly to ensure compliance of the program to meet industry standards, anticipated needs, new technology, and current topics in the field. Faculty then create the program and data systems. We first have to gain access to those data systems and have tutorials from the curriculum committee to make sure we know how to use them. We cross-reference courses in other departments to ensure availability of classes, align student learning outcomes to industry, state, and national standards. We align top codes and SAM codes, create catalog descriptions, create program outcomes, create student learning outcomes, align programs to institutional outcomes. We create the course content requirements. We create assessment options. We create lists of suggested textbooks and other content that will deliver current, accurate, and in alignment course content. We also align to distance education practices adopted by this district, our colleges, and informed by state recommendations. We continue to meet with advisory board members and incorporate their feedback. And
Thank you, Dina. The 3-minute time mark is
All-
up, but
all of this takes at least 1 year before it ever gets to curriculum committee. That's what faculty do.
thank you. We have B followed by Paula Munoz.
You ready?
I'm
Okay, good evening, trustees, chancellor, and executive team. My name is B. Herrera, and I'm addressing the board tonight as a Ventura College faculty member. These comments are my own personal opinions and therefore should not be held against anyone else. I have worked for about 9 permanent college presidents at Ventura College since I started at Ventura College. None of them have behaved or acted as ceremonial presidents. They managed, they led. These presidents were involved with the campus community at large. They met with the various instructional departments, not just the Department Chair Council. They sought to find common ground with faculty on disagreements. And most importantly, they collaborated with the faculty. These former college presidents valued and respected the faculty and the work that we did, but not this academic year, trustees. You have already heard from the Ventura College Senate. They presented to you 2 Senate resolutions expressing our faculty concerns. But these concerns continue to grow at Ventura College. Mainly, tonight I can provide you many, many examples, but today just one recent example that I just learned on the way to the meeting. Managers are not approving full-time categorical faculty hires. Thus, the respective programs may potentially have to return money to the state as a result. How is this possible? It could be in the tune of $1.2 million. How is that possible? Then I also understand that college presidents attend conferences, Rotary Club, Foundation, etc., all parts of a president's job. I understand the importance of participating in those, but these are not the only respective duties that a president conducts. Right now, other duties seem not to be a priority and are passed on to consultants. Some of these critical managerial duties should not be delegated to consultants. Consultants are showing up to campus committees, leading the committee, making executive recommendations to those on the committee on behalf of management. How is this even allowed? How is this legal? And are you okay with that? In my opinion, there needs to be a reset with the management and leadership style at Ventura College. The current style is causing division among the faculty. It is causing chaos, disorganization, and other major management concerns of accountability. Accountability is missing. The faculty are held to accountability. Why is it not management? We need a style that is collaborative and people-centered, which Chancellor McKellen has exhibited many, many times to us. Faculty cannot suffer another academic year like this. We need your help. Thank you for listening tonight, and I will keep you posted if I get retaliated against for making this public comment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, B. We have Paula Munoz, followed by Christina Lee.
Good evening, trustees and chancellor. My name is Paula Munoz, Ventura College EOPS coordinator. First of all, I would like to thank Moore Park College President Julius Sacano and OC President Roberto Gonzalez for their previous positive, encouraging, and kind comments last semester for their EOPS programs. Although their comments were made last November, they still resonate with VC EOPS. Although I serve in a student services program, EOPS, as a faculty member, I see a tremendous need for more full-time instructional faculty. As amazing as our VC student services may be, students come to our college for the courses. Under this VC management, only 5 full-time instructional positions were approved, 2 of them ESL. VC faculty requested 23 additional positions. There are funds for so many other non-faculty positions that have been flown since then. Why not for instructional faculty? There is a focus on dual enrollment, which is in reality a limited population. Why not focus on our general adult population for enrollment? Why under this current administration has there been a lack of genuine consultation, transparency, and honest communication in relation to shared governance with the academic senate over critical matters directly affecting faculty and students? Lastly, why under this current VC administration of Ventura College has been allowed the saving of seats for cohorts at VC? Enrollment practices have to comply with Uniform Code Regulations, Section 58106. Quote, in order to be ordered for a purpose of state apportionment, all courses shall be open to enrollment by any student who has been admitted to the college, provided that enrollment on specific courses or program is limited to prerequisites, et cetera. Saving seats for selected students is a violation of Title V. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Christina Lee, followed by David Carlander.
Hello, my name is Christina Lee, and I am full-time nursing faculty at Moore Park College and a member of the AFT Compressed Calendar Negotiations team. And today I'm speaking for myself. I'm here today to speak on one of the points of the Compressed Calendar Negotiations Declaration of Impasse. The majority of faculty responding to an AFT survey have expressed that if there are more student contact hours during a compressed calendar than during a traditional calendar, they should be compensated. Additional work should result in additional pay. How many additional hours are there? For some, 9.5 to 12.7 hours per semester. Under a traditional calendar, a full semester, 3-unit, 2-day per week, fully live lecture course meets for 52.5 hours. In a compressed calendar, the same course would need to meet for 54.4 hours. A full-time faculty with 5 of these 3-unit courses would need to be teaching 9.5 hours more per semester compared to a traditional calendar. The additional hours for a full semester, 4-unit, 2-day a week, fully live lecture course would result in a faculty teaching 3.6 hours more for that one class. If a faculty is teaching 3 of these courses, plus a similar 3-unit fully live class to fulfill a full-time faculty load, that's where the 12.7 hours per semester on a compressed calendar comes from over a traditional calendar. The need to schedule courses to have more total student contact hours is certainly not a whim of the Ventura County Community College District. There are state chancellor and regulatory requirements at hand. However, more total student contact hours should be acknowledged with compensation. I hope the mediation from the Declaration of Impasse brings about a resolution to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. David Carlander, followed by Nathan Cole.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is David Carlander, and I teach in the English department at Ventura College. And I wanted to speak tonight about some concern regarding last month's April 8th Board of Trustees meeting with respect to curriculum. During a concerning 50-minute segment of what I think was a 7.5 hour meeting, there were some questions asked about the Women in Sports course in particular and the degree program that is affiliated with. And, you know, questions are good. Questions provide insight and answers, and they can help you folks come to a decision about whether to approve or reject a course. But that quickly felt like it moved away from questions and instead became something of an interrogation of the course and of the curriculum. And I watched that 50-minute segment, and it occurred to me while I was watching that depending upon what moment you tune in, the rationale for challenging the course changes minute by minute. We're given some interesting reasons why it could be problematic, such as it doesn't mirror Taft College's program, or there's no men in sports equivalent course. And frankly, some concern that the content might be inclusive. Some concerning comments about, you know, how do we define a woman and how's that relevant to the course itself? So it's a tough 50 minutes to watch. And I forgive the somewhat crass comparison, but it felt a little bit to me like a let's throw pasta at the wall to see what sticks approach. Let's see, you know, what rationale we can give that will be the effective one that will shoot this down. I hope I'm wrong about that. I really, truly do. But that's what it sounded like for much of that 50-minute segment. Again, questions are good. Questions are reasonable. And it is the job of this board to approve or reject courses. That's part of your job. I understand that. But I think these interrogations, like what I saw from the April 8th meeting, are problematic. They don't account for the work and the time and the process, which I think was beautifully and eloquently outlined by my friend and colleague, Deanna Hall. It doesn't account for all that has gone into it so that when it arrives here, many people have had a hand in shaping it. Many folks have looked at it. Many folks have approved it. So I'm just hoping that when this course is revisited and other courses in the future, that process is respected, that, oh, hearing a delay. But I want that process to be respected and, you know, thank you for your time and attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you, David. Nathan, followed by Stephanie Branca.
Hello. My name is Nathan Cole, and I'm here representing AFT 1828. I'm the chief negotiator. As you've seen, I know that you heard a couple of comments today from faculty about the compressed calendar and the mediation. Well, we were happy to hear that we finally have a date for that mediation set. It took it's been a long road since March 17th. But once we got all the paperwork in, it actually went very quickly, and we were kind of pleased to see that. We were told it was going to be a much longer process. We now have a date picked for June the 17th. We were surprised because our lawyer said that usually it takes 2 or 3 mediations for something like this, but we only chose 1. But then upon looking at it, we saw that as a good sign because we felt like, well, maybe the district is really willing to step up and settle this very quickly because obviously they think that 1 day is enough. And I just want you to look out at this audience. I know earlier you made a comment about all the different faces that are in the room. Well, these are faculty and they're paying attention. There's several points that they make about what it is about an impasse. And a big thing is time. Time is a commodity that you can't get back. They can take away your house, they can take away your car, can take away all the material possessions that you have. But you can get those back. But one thing you can. Faculty are here. There's a lot of them watching online, and there's a lot of them that are just a representative of the multifaceted faculty that we have across the district. They're watching. And we're just curious, or I'm hoping that you're going to send the right message with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Stephanie, followed by Laura Espinosa.
Good evening. I'm Stephanie Branca. been teaching in the district since 2004. I teach business. I've been at Moore Park College and Ventura College as adjunct faculty and as full-time faculty as a second career. I'm here to speak about the primacy that faculty hold over curriculum, particularly to discuss the nature of the product that we offer. I've been teaching marketing here for 20 years. I had my first marketing consultancy in 1994, and I've worked for 2 public tech firms, all with a focus on providing a service-based product. I'm going to talk about 2 things: inseparability from those that deliver the service and perishability with those who deliver the service. The faculty, we are the production facility. We are the factory. We do the product development, we do the manufacturing, and the distribution. It is not able to be separated from us, which is why we have primacy over curriculum. Second of all, perishability. When we are not present in the delivery of this service, then the service perishes. This is an advantage for higher education. It allows us to modify the product as it's being delivered. It allows us to adapt it to the customer as it's being delivered. These are the nature of a service-based product. It concerns me when the role of faculty in developing, manufacturing, and distributing our product, which is a service of education, is being threatened. Second, to my comment about this being a second career, the caliber of faculty we have at the community college is high. For most of us, it's a second or third career. We've spent decades working in our disciplines at the very same organizations where our students will work. Again, that puts us in the position to have primacy over faculty. We know the students, we're the production facility, the product developers, and the ones who deliver that. I implore the board to recognize the role of faculty in curriculum development as they review curriculum, make decisions, budgetary decisions that impact faculty as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Laura?
Is the correct 6.01?
No, I can call you to speak at 6.01. Thank you. Erin Marquez Lally, followed by Rubicela Gamboa.
Hello again, Chancellor and trustees. My name is Erin Marquez Lally, and I teach health and kinesiology at Oxnard College. I want to share some of the amazing things my campus has been a part of to celebrate and support our LGBTQIA+ students. I know Chancellor McLennan is aware of how successful our 3rd annual Lavender graduation was a couple weeks ago. Thank you again for your positive comments to our graduates. Ventura College hosted a great event that celebrated the success of so many amazing VCCCD graduates, including student trustee Sierra. Congratulations, by the way. Thank you to Presidents Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Laredo Habib, and Dr. Sokanu for also speaking at this ceremony and showing your unwavering support for our LGBTQIA+ students. It means a lot to me as a faculty member at Oxnard College and in this district. 2 weeks later, OC had the privilege of hosting a Diversity Collective sponsored Pride Prom this past Saturday in its performing arts building. The prom's theme was Over the Rainbow and had a great turnout of high school and college students from all over Ventura County. It's wonderful to see so many queer young people being their authentic selves in a safe space, especially if and when their own schools can't provide that same level of support. Luckily, Oxnard College is not that school. Our next event is tomorrow, and I'm very excited. I have the honor and privilege of being the co-MC for the 5th annual Progress Pride flag raising ceremony and with the president of our new Queer Affairs Club, Rogelio. Normally done in June because of it being Pride Month, we decided to start the annual celebration a little earlier in an effort to be more inclusive of faculty and students who tend to be off campus during June. Because who doesn't want the party to last a little longer, right? Oxnard College will finish the party with an OC Live presentation on June 17th at 6 p.m. called An Evening with Yosemar Reyes. Yosemar was named one of 13 LGBT Latinos changing the world. He is a nationally recognized undocumented queer poet, and we're very lucky that he'll be sharing his poetry and his life experience with us. All of these amazing things keep me going as a public educator. I see the incredible value in diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and how it positively affects the whole group. It's not individualistic at all. Representation matters, and so does allyship. The true way to be an ally is to be an accomplice and actually do things to support those underrepresented groups. Thank you, Chancellor McLennan, Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Laredo Habib, and Dr. Sokanu for being our queer students' getaway drivers.
Thank you, Erin. Rubicela Gamboa, followed by Elia Serna.
Hi, everyone. Rubicela Gamboa. I'm the Ventura College Ethnic Studies Department Chair. Today, I'm speaking on agenda item of the Chicano Studies, Latino Studies transfer degree. I'd like to just recognize Ventura College's successes. Over the past 5 years, we've achieved several milestones. Our Ethnic Studies Department has gone from a vision to a thriving reality. We have fulfilled decades-long struggle rooted in history, voices, and lived realities of our community. There is much to celebrate as we highlight the growth and success of our department. We have had a high demand in our courses. Courses have consistently reached maximum capacity, with numerous students requesting add codes. We've seen a 54% increase in ethnic study enrollment compared to previous years. Even during the pandemic, when enrollment across the departments dropped, our numbers continue to rise. We have high student success rates, showing that students are not only enrolling, but they're actually thriving. Ventura College has emerged as a leader in ethnic studies statewide. We are among the few California community colleges whose ethnic studies curriculum has been approved to meet state requirements. This positions us as a model in implementing ethnic studies legislation and closing equity gaps. This growth is not accidental. It is backed by legislation, our college goals, and our student needs. Ethnic studies is now a graduation requirement across both CSU and UC systems. AB 928 has now streamlined the transfer, creating a single pathway, aligning our programs and this student transfer degree. Students cannot transfer without completing an ethnic studies course, making our department not only essential, but central to students' completions and transfer pathways. We are directly supporting the college's goals and student success matrix. The Chicana, Latino transfer degree is leading and contributing to campus-wide initiatives and supporting our student success and transfer goals. Today, you're not just checking a box, you're validating our students. And if you see you have students standing here, they're going to be anticipating that you're supporting them and continuing to empower them in their future. And so I hope that you'll continue to support us in achieving our great milestones at Ventura College and in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Rubicela. Trustee Chancellor.
You mentioned a fill rate of those courses and add lists or requests. I don't know if I'm using the right terminology. Are you aware of how many students we at Ventura College in particular has had to turn away because the courses, the sections have been filled?
Well, that's a whole nother subject title that Paula Munoz brought up is not hiring faculty. I put in a request to hire another faculty and that was denied. We are turning away students constantly because we do not have enough classes. We do not have enough faculty to teach these classes. So having a supportive degree gets students aligned, but however, there's now a line.
Yeah, no, I heard a lot of students waking up at 6 a.m. last week to try and register for that particular course in particular, and were turned away. So I'm just trying to get some quantified data, but I'll work with the chancellor in getting maybe some measurable data of how many students in fact were turned away. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Elia Serna.
Thank you, and appreciate this opportunity to address the board. My name is Elia Serna, PhD. I'm a professor of Chicano Studies, Ethnic Studies at Ventura College. I'm also here to speak on behalf of the Chicano Latinx Studies transfer degree. I read the comment on the student comment in the online comment post. And the student mentioned that Chicano Studies is valuable because it offers a culture, it promotes a culture of advocacy, and it provides a critical coursework. And I think that's one of the major ingredients in ethnic studies. It's an inclusive discipline that kind of makes corrections for kind of past omissions in all kinds of disciplines. I think that's what excites students. We're finishing our last week of classes this week. A lot of my students are still in the class. They're engaged, they're excited, they're completing final projects. I want to also compare what we're doing here and also applaud the leadership of Professor Gamboa at Ventura College's excellent ethnic studies department in exciting students. We take a lot of cues from the research about the K through 12 ethnic studies in the past decades, particularly the Arizona courses in California, programs in California. There's the Stanford study that measured attendance, the improvement of attendance and GPAs in students that enrolled in high school ethnic studies courses. The Sleater study, Cal State Monterey Bay professor, scholar Christine Sleater measured the academic engagement, improved academic performance, civic engagement, and also the production of a college-going identity among high school students that enrolled in ethnic studies classes. I think what we're doing at the community college level is that we're promoting a college completing identity. We're encouraging our students to complete not only their AAs, but to transfer and to complete their dreams, their aspirations of higher education. I'm just going to end by echoing what a former speaker up here said, that representation matters. I think that's what excites the students, seeing themselves in the curriculum, in the professorship, in the material that they're reading about, that keeps them in class, that keeps them on campuses, and it diversifies not just the curriculum, but also the academic spaces. I applaud you for taking those big steps in supporting ethnic studies, and I encourage you to continue that. Thank you.
Thank you, Elias. So this ends our public comments. We do have 3 additional comments, but the individuals are going to speak at the item once it's presented to the board. And so with this, we move on to 4.01, which is the acknowledgement of our new employees. We're very excited to have our new employees join the Ventura County Community College District family. And I know that they're going to be recognized as we listen to the reports from our different academic senates and also classified senates. We move on to also 4.02, which is recognition of our Ventura County Community College District retirees who have dedicated much of their time to our college. And so we are very thankful for everything they've done for our district. And so we will also hear them from the different reports that will come to us from our different senates. 4.03, we do actually celebrate a happy birthday, and that's a happy birthday to our Associate Vice Chancellor, Dr. Dan Watkins. Your birthday is going to be on May 26th, so happy birthday, and I can see you have your cupcake there with your balloons. So happy birthday, happy early birthday, Dan. And tonight is a very special night for the board, so what a blessing and a joy to have so many people present with us this evening. We have our student trustee, Sierra Whalen, who's been with us for almost the past year, who's been an amazing advocate for students and been able to bring forward their voice and represent it here at the dais. And how beautiful to have students present here to also to have you show your presence and your commitment to this work. And so we're saddened, but we're happy because you're moving on to do these amazing things, continuing with your studies. And so we do have here as a board a certificate of recognition. And we truly want to thank you from the bottom of our heart for everything you've contributed. You've made our meetings so much more meaningful, so special. All of the wisdom that you bring, the voice of the students, your strength and your courage and your boldness to be able to speak on what students need. And so I'm going to go ahead and read the certificate of recognition, and then afterwards we'll take a picture with the entire board. So certificate of recognition, the Board of Trustees, Chancellor, presidents, faculty, and staff of Moore Park College, Oxnard College, Ventura College, and the District Administrative Center recognize Sierra Whalen, our student trustee. Ventura County Community College District presents a certificate of recognition to Sierra Whalen for your outstanding year of service as student trustee to the board, students, and VCCCD. We acknowledge your outstanding contributions and appreciate your commitment to engaging students and providing a vital student perspective on important matters. Your focused leadership to advance the district's mission and priorities of diversity, equity, inclusion, and social justice is commendable. Your advocacy and student perspective have been invaluable and created a lasting mark on important decisions affecting students. Thank you for your exemplary leadership and example. We wish you continued success in your future endeavors. Recognized on the 13th day of May 2025. Thank you, Sierra. Thanks, Sierra. We're gonna take a picture, but any
I just want, sorry, I'm just trying not to get emotional, but
that's okay to get emotional. It's the work. It's the work.
sorry. But this past year just has meant so much to me, and to be able to represent the students in the way that I have and hear the feedback. I really hope that I made a difference, and from the feedback that I got, it's just been such a positive experience, and I'm truly so honored to have been able to represent the students, especially during this time when I feel like it has been needed most. And I truly would not change this year for anything. And I know that the experience that I got and the lessons I've learned are truly invaluable, and I know they have prepared me well to take on my next journey. It's a bittersweet ending because I have made so many friends and connections this year, but I'm happy um, to be leaving with those connections and knowing that I'll still always have a place back here. And just truly thank you so much for everyone that has made this year special. Thank you for the leadership from Chair Torres and the Chancellor, and the mentorship that I've gotten this year. But it's also the students that I've been able to connect with and hear their stories that have made it so worthwhile and so special. And I just want to say thank you. And thank you for your comments too. Thank you.
So now we take the picture. Okay. So we now move on to Senate consultations 5.01. We're going to start with our classified Senate president. So we'll start with Ventura College.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee Whalen and Chancellor McLennan. I'm Michael Hayden, the classified Senate president at Ventura College. In consultation of item 4.01, we would like to congratulate and welcome Raina Othman, Proctor, and Marina Viola, admissions and records technician. In consultation of item 4.02, we would like to congratulate Debbie Newcomb on her retirement. Debbie has been a shining star at Ventura College, and we wish her nothing but health and happiness in her retirement. In consultation of item 4.03, we would like to wish Dan Watkins a very happy birthday. And in consultation of item 4.04, we would like to recognize student trustee Whalen for all of her contributions to the students, staff, and board of trustees. Trustee Whalen, you have been an exceptional leader and a fierce advocate over the last year, and we want to say thank you. We wish you the best of luck, and we know you'll do big things. Lastly, in consultation of items 17.01 through 17.03, we would like to congratulate all of the graduates on their hard work and dedication. We hope to see all of you at the graduation ceremony on May 23rd, so we can all celebrate your accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Good evening, Chancellor McLennan, trustees, and student trustee Whalen. My name is Sergio Arana, Oxnard College Classified Senate President. On item 4.01, I'd like to welcome our new OC employee, Alejandro Perez, custodian. And on item 4.03, a very happy birthday to Associate Vice Chancellor Dr. Dan Watkins. Enjoy that cupcake. And on item 4.04, I'd like to say thank you to student trustee Whalen for serving as a student trustee this year. You did an excellent job representing our students in such an excellent manner. Congratulations and best of luck on your future endeavors. And on item 17.01, I'd like to congratulate all of our graduates and look forward to attending our graduation this year. That is all.
Thank you. Moore Park College.
My name is Kristen Robinson, Moore Park College Classified Senate President. Good evening, everyone. For 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees, I welcome to the district all new employees, but I'd like to especially acknowledge my new Moore Park College colleague, Jacob O'Brien, who comes to us from Cal Lutheran and will be supporting our media arts programs and more as Information Technology Support Specialist 3. So welcome, Jacob, if you're watching. 4.02, recognition of VCCCD retirees. I'd like to recognize the 18 years that Dennis Harvey, placement project specialist for CalWorks, gave to our district. Dennis made a lasting impact for both VC and MC's CalWorks programs, helping students build career skills and connect with on and off campus job opportunities. As one of his colleagues said, Dennis is known for his philanthropic spirit and musical talent, and he brought passion and dedication to everything he did. We hope he thrives in retirement. 4.03, acknowledgement of guests and special recognitions. Happy belated birthday to Rigoberto. Just kidding. He got enough of that last month. Happy birthday, Dr. Watkins. 4.04, certificate of recognition for student trustee Sierra Whalen. Congratulations, student trustee Whalen. Sierra has been an excellent advocate for students district-wide at these meetings, as well as locally at Moore Park College, where she has engaged in leadership roles with the President's Student Leadership Forum, offered by Moore Park College President Dr. Julia Sokanu, and with Delta Alpha Pi Honor Society, which recognizes high-achieving students with disabilities. Thank you, student trustee Whalen. And for 1701, action to approve spring 2025 candidates for graduation certificates at MC. We want to congratulate all of our degree and certificate holders, our achievers, all of whom we look forward to celebrating this Thursday, May 22nd at 10 a.m. at Moore Park College. A moment to also recognize the support provided by our faculty, staff, and administrators to get our students to the point of degree and certificate completion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ventura Academic Senate.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Dorothy Farias. I am Faculty Department Chair, Academic Senate Vice President, and Ventura College Curriculum Co-Chair, and I will be presenting tonight's consultation. With respect to item 4.02, it's with great sadness and happiness that we at VC, and especially the Career Education Division, wish Dean Debbie Newcomb the most amazing and hopefully restful retirement. 4.04, we want to acknowledge the strong leadership that we have seen from Trustee Whalen. She has been a staunch supporter of students and has used her voice to lift others up. She is a force to be reckoned with, and we look forward to seeing all the great things she will bring into the world. And more specifically, as a faculty member with a doctorate in curriculum design and program alignment, I am here specifically to speak to item 11.03, curriculum. In accordance with state, Title V, and board guidance and mandates, we have followed all processes in curriculum development. All courses have been approved and received board approval. Tonight, there are programs that consist of these previously approved courses. Any limitations on enrollment have been decided in accordance with Title V regulations and were part of the development, review, and approval of the curriculum. We appreciate the questions that we have received from our trustees. We follow all appropriate processes based on state and board guidance and mandates. Any questions regarding curriculum under development can be brought forward in public comments during campus curriculum meetings at each of the individual colleges. As part of the 10+1 process, faculty are recognized as having primacy in all decisions regarding curricular and program design and submission. That primacy is irrespective of whether a district board uses the primarily rely upon or mutually agreed form of approval. On behalf of all the faculty that utilize their expertise and work so diligently to create rigorous, engaging, and informed curriculum, we would hope this board, in accordance with Title V, ACCJC, and local district policies, procedures, and resolutions, will use their power of mutual agreement in order to respect the recommendations of the faculty and the curricular processes, as has been set forth in the language contained in the aforementioned authorities on those curricular matters. And to 17.03, as a reflection of the quality of this curriculum and programs that we as faculty provide to our students, we stand in full support of approving all our graduates in their degrees and certificates they have earned. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Maybe it's, okay, yep. Good evening, trustees, student trustee Whalen, Chancellor McLennan, and room full of guests, faculty strong. 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees. Congratulations and welcome to all of the new classified personnel across the district. 4.03, happy birthday to Dan, the man with the AI plan. Also known as Associate Vice Chancellor Dr. Dan Watkins. 4.04, Certificate of Recognition for Student Trustee Sierra Whalen. Sierra, you've been an exemplary trustee and an indispensable voice for all constituencies in the district. UCLA is absolutely lucky to have you. We know you will be an invaluable part of the scholarly community at UCLA, and you will continue to flourish as a student, as a leader, and we just can't wait to see what you will do next. You make us proud as a district. 6.05, classified Senate President's Report. I just want to thank my classified colleagues. I know from OC campus, Sergio Arana is not returning next year, so I just want to thank him for all of his collaboration. And it's just been amazing to see the growth in all areas and, you know, sort of the foundational planning we have to collaborate further. And it is thanks to you. Like sometimes you plant seeds and they grow later. So I just want to acknowledge that. And I don't know if Kristen Robinson and Michael Hayden are returning. Hopefully they are. But it's also been great working with you all as well in the various rooms and meetings we've worked together. 6.06, to my co-counsel, just kidding, to my co-Senate presidents, at Moore Park, Matthew Morgan, at Ventura, Rachel Johnson. Just thank you for all of your collaboration, collegiality, professionalism, and the time that Senate presidents dedicate to ensuring participatory governance, to giving voice to our students and our community needs, to representing faculty, to defending the law, to defending our rights, roles, and responsibilities under the law. It's a lot of extra work. There are many unseen hours, and you both have just been so wonderful in all the extra meetings, preparation, and communications that we have. And yeah, I think I don't know how I'll get out of the habit of texting you. Have fun in your pajamas watching the board meetings. And then 11.02, I want to express my support for the well-prepared and expertly reviewed Oxnard College curriculum. As my colleague here, Dorothy, has stated, the curriculum is a very detailed process with highly trained individuals, many of whom have been working in this system for decades. So if you add all of that experience, you're looking at hundreds of years of experience on the curriculum committee itself. That's just one subcommittee of the Academic Senate. The OC curriculum, I'm honestly uncertain as to why it was pulled from the consent calendar. We'll see. Maybe I'll find out, but I want to express my support for it. And then 17.01 to 17.03, action to approve the spring candidates for graduation and certificates, all three colleges, because truly our students attend all three colleges. I think it would be hard to find, a majority of students who only attend one single college. So this truly is a team effort in this district. And so I just want to recognize all of our graduates. Thank you.
Thank you. Moore Park College.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee, chancellor, colleagues, and guests. Congratulations to, congratulations to Dr. Watkins on his birthday. I'd like to welcome all the new employees here, and would like to just say I hope your retirement goes well and you have a wonderful set of golf clubs to go into retirement with, Dennis Harvey. Okay. So let's see. Regarding the 17s, we're also pleased to present for your approval the candidates for associates and certifications of achievement for spring 2025 is a wonderful group of students, including Trustee Whalen, who's just done wonderful work on all three of our campuses, and we're pleased to present them to you. Regarding 11.01 curriculum, this is going to be a bit longer. At the end of the last board meeting, I approached the dais and asked Trustee Piechowski and Trustee Lichtel to please give more lead time on their curriculum-related questions. This was in response to questions with limited lead time regarding the modern policing degree. I pointed out that asking us questions with limited lead time to prepare was creating an environment that is not conducive to the professionalism the employees of the VCCCD expect of ourselves and each other. ICA M44B, Intercollegiate Wrestling Women Off-Season, was listed in board docs on the March 18th Moorpark College curriculum agenda in the public record. It is also listed in the April 10th DCCI agenda in board docs for the public record. This board agenda item was released on Thursday, May 8th at 8:30 a.m. This course information and the ability to know that it would appear on this board agenda has been available to the board and any member of the public for over a month, and explicitly available as agendized for this board meeting since Thursday. At 12:36 p.m. this afternoon, Trustee Piechowski sent an email to the Chancellor asking 3 questions regarding ICA M44B, Intercollegiate Wrestling Women Off-Season. I would like to remind the board that asking last-minute questions like this compromise the ability of our institution to provide thoroughly researched and precise information. As these last-minute requests are a reoccurring problem, I would ask the board to formally consider a reasonable lead time for getting questions to employees of the district. Before answering these questions, I would first like to remind the board of the review criteria for Accreditation Standard 4.6, which states that, quote, once a collective decision has been reached, board members individually demonstrate their support for board policies and decisions. Resolution 2021-05, Board Resolution in support of Pride Month, states that the Board of Trustees is fully committed to creating and encouraging a culture that values members of the LGBTQIA+ community. To the best of my understanding, using phrases like, quote, biological man to refer to transgender female is advised against by advocacy groups who encourage a culture that values members of the LGBTQIA+ community, a culture that your board resolution 2021-05 is committed to creating. I would encourage the board to stay in compliance with ACCJC Standard 4.6 and individually act in ways that support Resolution 2021-05. With that said, here's my best attempt at answering the questions that were asked. Question 1, quote, yes or no, is this class open to biological men? Question mark, yes or no. Answer, I believe your question is asking if the course is open to transgender and intersex people who identify as women. If that is what you're answering, the answer is yes. Question 2, yes or no. Does ICA M44B define a woman as only someone assigned female at birth? Answer, this course does not define a woman. It is not part of our curricular requirements to define a woman. Because there is no definition, the answer is no. Question 3, yes or no. Does the course's definition of a woman also include someone assigned male at birth who identifies as female? Answer, this course does not define a woman. It is not part of our curricular requirements to define a woman. Because there is no definition, the answer is no. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, we move on to reports. So the trustees received the reports since Thursday, and actually in advance in time if we're looking at the consultation board agenda or the agenda that's reviewed. So feel free to just share any highlights, anything that you'd like us to know, but I did want to just reiterate that the board has read the reports. And I know today we're starting with 6.01, and there are 2 speaker cards that wanted to speak on the item, and this item is going to be on the Santa Clara River Valley update. And for this one, what I just mentioned doesn't apply because this is going to be something that's going to be provided with more detail. But for the other reports, we have read them and the board has them, just so you know, but feel free to highlight anything that you want the board to know. So we have Ms. Marianne, and then we have Laura Espinosa to speak on 6.01.
Madam Chair and members of the trustees, I'm Marianne Krause. I'm the chair of Santa Clara Valley Together, which is a coalition of organizations and individuals that advocate for the people in the Santa Clara Valley. There has been an East Campus, or a satellite of Ventura College, for over 40 years. It's been located in Santa Paula since the very beginning. In 2002, there was a countywide community college district bond approved, and with heavy support from the Santa Clara River Valley. In 2005, we discovered that the bond money, that part of which was intended to build an education center in Santa Paula, had been allocated for other purposes, and that the education center would not be funded at that time. This was a great concern to the city of Santa Paula, to the city of Fillmore, and to the residents. In 2017, we really began to advocate heavily for the education center. It just became so clear that the residents in the valley needed easier access to higher education. We have been encouraged by the recovery since COVID of the attendance at our East Campus. But we're more than a little concerned that the emphasis has been on meeting the needs of the Valley through dual enrollment and online courses. There are some obviously in-person classes, and there will be a small increase in additional courses this coming year. But there are a lot of people who are non-traditional students who do not necessarily do well in online coursework, and they're not going to be able to access dual enrollment because they've already left high school. We think that there needs to be more concrete planning toward a center. We have the numbers now that would allow the board to issue a letter to the state indicating your intent to build a center. And we believe that the people of the Valley deserve that commitment from this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura?
Good evening, Chairwoman and Chancellor and other trustees. I'm Laura Espinosa, President of Santa Paula Latino Town Hall, and we also participate with the Santa Clara Valley Together group. Over the last 10 months, I've had the pleasure of meeting the two newest presidents, and we're very thrilled that the Ventura College president brings us a lot of enthusiasm. We also thought a new pair of eyes to this long-standing issue with the lack of a center in the Santa Clara Valley. I also this weekend attended a wonderful event of the EOP participants and their recognition, and thrilled to see the room full of students there with a bright future. But I also learned over this time, which could also contribute to some of the issues that we are seeing in the lack of the full 500 FTEs at this point, that there is a counselor that was requested for EOP, and that counselor was denied. So we need those kinds of resources at our high school, on campus, on a more regular basis, and that will help increase the numbers. The other thing I'd like to say, as I read the report, which we certainly appreciate all of the efforts of Dean Johnson and President Laurido Habib to get us to the numbers that we're at. However, as previous speakers have said, there's still more to do. And so as I read this report, I felt like I was eating a vanilla wafer. It was so generic. And so I would just encourage the trustees who we value your support. You've been really asking the right questions. We know that. We know that you want to see the best for the Santa Clara Valley, but we encourage you to raise the bar a little and please have higher expectations of your staff, because this report will not get us to those 500 FTEs. And as the previous speaker, Marianne Krause, mentioned, there are other students, there are other ways, but community advocates and residents, that's not our area of expertise. We can give lots of input, and we do feel a little slighted. We were not included in your strategic planning meeting. We've faithfully attended the advisory committee meetings monthly or every other month, and we feel our input is valuable. So thank you so much for your time, and please help us with our center in the future.
Thank you, Laura. Yes, so it's getting a little warm. So if you notice that there was a note that we passed, Laura, while you were speaking, we do have, it's a little warm, so we're trying to see if there's a way for our staff to help us get it a little bit cooler in here. Maybe the door in the back, if it's not to the side door, where it's maybe not too loud. But we do have some of our individuals that are getting a little warm in the room. Okay, so we do have the Santa Clara River Valley update. And I believe this is going to be presented by our president, Claudia Laurido Habib.
Thank you. I know Dan is going to assist me with a presentation. Chancellor McLennan, trustees, and members of the community who are present today. It is a pleasure for me to speak about Santa Clara River Valley and the progress that we have made. Before I start, I'd like to first thank Dr. McLennan for his unwavering commitment to the Santa Clara River Valley communities. It was very clear to me since I arrived that this was a high priority for him and for the board. My goal here is to provide you with my observations and updates, pretty much encapsulating what has happened since the pandemic and the recovery. I also like to highlight that this work has been possible by the great collaboration between everyone at Ventura College, divisions, administrators, faculty, and the faculty and administrators at the center. The board has a written report that is a summary, and in the PowerPoint presentation, I'm going to provide some highlights and also provide information on how we got there. So first, I'd like to say that this is, in my view, a celebration of growth and planning and purpose, because we have seen a change since the pandemic in a broad, in a broad sense. This is the context of what's taking place in the region, and this is what you see in the report, that the Ventura campus, East Campus, FTS, is rebounding strongly since the pandemic, that we have a 13% of our enrollment on online classes, FTS, are from the Santa Clara River Valley zip codes, that 39% of dual enrollment FTS are generated from that region. These are the CCAP and no CCAP dual enrollment, and that we're approaching that 500 FTS center status threshold. I want to also express my appreciation to our partners. And when I talk about the partners, it's not only our K-12 partners, but also the members of the community, those who are here, Ms. Marianne Krause from Santa Clara Together, Laura Espinosa from Latino Town Hall, Andy Sobel from the City Council. John Marquez has been also a partner from the Chamber of Commerce. Mrs. and Mr. Harrison, they have provided me with the historical knowledge about what has taken place and their expectations, and they attend always our meetings when we provide our advisory committee meetings when we provide updates. So they have seen part of this presentation. So we have a strong recovery and impressive gains in the access to education in Santa Clara River Valley. So I hope that you get away from this presentation the fact that we have increased the outreach to the student population and we're meeting the mission, and what that means for center status or a building. And sometimes that conversation gets confusing a little bit. A little bit of information on the FTS and the breakdown of FTS. So what you see right now is the annual FTS for VCEC, and these are mostly our in-person classes. So the 24-25, 210 FTES, that is an estimate. We won't know the final number until the semester is over, because we have credit on credit with positive attendance, and those numbers won't solidify until the very end of the semester. So that number will change slightly, not too much. But our projection for the following academic year of 25-26 is 250. So, we're approaching that 500 threshold. And that is a projection based on some growth that I will explain in a few minutes. The next slide. This is the annual online FTES. So in the black line, you see the FTES generated for the entire Ventura College. That includes Santa Clara River Valley. When we look at those zip codes, 496 FTEs are generated from students who live in those areas. And that is about 13%. You also notice on those two lines that is decreasing slightly. So we're watching that trend. And I attribute that to the fact that even as we recover from COVID, we're still finding our new reality as far as that ratio of face-to-face and online. Students have learned to use online tools. They are taking those classes and they're feeling quite quickly. But nevertheless, we're seeing a little bit of a decline. That's somewhat of good news for those of us who wish to see more students on campus. The next slide shows the CCAP and non-CCAP dual enrollment FTES. And I make an emphasis, CCAP and non-CCAP, because we have additional students who are taking classes on their own, what we typically call, or used to call, high school enrichment, students who take classes outside of their calendar, of their day, or in the summer. We're not talking about those numbers. So it's an upper trend, modest, but I am so grateful at the partnership that we have with the district. We have a strong collaboration in expanding dual enrollment with our K-12 partners. We're making efforts to improve our delivery, support, and really finding ways to increase our dual enrollment offerings. And I think that's going to change in the next 2 years drastically, increasing. Again, those are estimated numbers. I like to highlight that I recently had a conversation with Danny Guzman, the principal of high school, the Santa Paula High School. And like our partners in Fillmore, they're very hopeful and looking forward to increasing dual enrollment. Same as us, we see these as an opportunity to increase the number of our first generation students who may not be thinking about college. And we are early on helping them believe that community college is a pathway for them. We're increasing our pathways, and we're just hoping for this to increase drastically. And we're expanding in Fillmore as well. Either way. At the end, maybe, so I don't take too long. Yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna try to move faster. Okay, so now I'd like to let you know how this has taken place, how's this recovery since the pandemic. And mostly it's because we have been very focused on increasing the programmatic expansion, academic expansion. So in the next slide, very briefly, I will mention that the efforts, again, between the main campus and VCEC on increasing dual enrollment. ESL in this case is credit and non-credit. PACE is a program that we have mentioned before. It's an accelerated program that is online, taken by many students in the Santa Clara River Valley. Actually, it was created with that focus, but the reality is that more students from other areas also signed up, and it's a good thing. We also have efforts to address, as Mrs. Krause mentioned, the adult education, the non-traditional students, and we're offering classes in the Adult School of Fillmore. We have classes in ag, in fact, in Spanish, to retool and upskill their knowledge in agriculture fields. The next slide is a more of a detailed number for the CCAP and non-CCAP FTS for Fillmore and Santa Paula High School in dual enrollment. Oh, actually, this is headcount. So we're touching a lot of students. Now, if we talk about the number of students from the area that are taking high school enrichment, we probably reach about 2,000 students. Again, I want to thank Melissa Johnson and Dr. Cynthia Herrera from the district for the collaboration in helping us and collaborating with Dean Kenya Johnson in these efforts. The next slide is about ESL. And what I want you to notice is the trend from fall 23 to fall 24 and the increase in demand for classes, increase of 57%, enrollment, FTS, and fill rate. Same for spring 24 and 25. ESL has been growing so much. One new position was approved this year, and it's not sufficient, to be sure, because the demand is so much, and we were so optimistic about this. However, I have to also say that after January and this semester, we've seen a little bit of a change. We have lost students. There's fear for this particular population on attending classes. We lost some enrollments when some of our mixed status students, mixed status family students were afraid to come to the campus. In fact, I received an email from a student from Ventura College who asked me, and this kind of breaks my heart, she asked me how I was going to protect her mother who lives in Santa Paula, takes the bus to go to the center, what I was going to do to protect her at the bus stop. I had no answer for her. But we continue to be optimistic. However, we're watching this trend. Also, the next slide is in meeting industry needs. This is work of the faculty who have really developed the curriculum for the very successful VECTEC program. We are graduating these cohorts with ready to get jobs. And it was announced in February that we have a new program, the speech language pathology assistant. This is a new program for Ventura College students that is going to be housed at this center in Santa Paula. We have started with a couple sessions. The faculty held interest sessions, and I believe there were like 130 students in each one of these sessions showing interest for the program. There are like 500 jobs in Ventura County alone for the graduates in this program. So we're really looking forward to this development. It's a high wage, high demand job. So again, this is kind of a summary of some of the progress in academic growth. Now, next, I'd like to share a little bit about the facilities expansion. I mentioned here in the board meeting in January that we were ready and had an opportunity to take over some additional square footage in our current location. In the next slide is a summary of the current facilities. And if you're familiar with VCCCD Center, you know that we have 6 classrooms, 2 labs, a learning resource center, which is kind of a multi-use space. We have areas for the students, a small lounge, and a tiny but hardworking basic needs center. With the expansion of 2,800 square feet, we will be able to add 1 additional classroom, 1 wet lab, 3 offices, and additional study area for students. I thought it was 2 classrooms. Okay, the next slide shows the current floor plan of the facility. And in orange, highlighted in orange, is the additional space that is right adjacent. And in the next slide shows an approximate plan of those 3 classrooms and 3, 1 is going to be a wet lab, and 3 in green, 3 office spaces. So there will be a little bit of a remodel. I should say the deans and the vice president, Gregory Anderson, are working with the science faculty to make sure that the science lab meets their needs. So this is an exciting development. We already have the lease. We're working with the owner and a contractor and an architect in developing that floor plan. The next 2 slides are going to show how the additional space is going to allow us the growth. So from the last 2 bars of that graph will show how we go from this year to next year from 97 to 124 class offerings. So it's about a 28% growth in the number of classes that we can offer, when we have 4 days a week or, all day with additional classroom space. And the next slide will be the FTES growth. So with additional classrooms, with about 30 desks in each room, is about 28% more headcount. Okay, so the next slide. With all this progress, I still call attention to some variables that we keep observing, and I think we need to continue to monitor as the growth is real, and we're very proud of it. It could be fragile, especially at this time. So perhaps I am a little more, I offer more caution because I don't want to assume that the short-term gains bring long-term stability. It may, hopefully it is. But I think these 4 trends that are on the slide, the FTS that may decline in online offerings, the economic realities of the moment, the demographic cliff that we will be in California will affect graduation rates in high schools, and the federal policies that are creating some doubt on the future a little bit. We're seeing already some effects of that. For example, the food banks have lost funding. Food Share had lost funding, and now we are impacted by $30,000. So that could have an impact. So we're monitoring the situation closely. So in the next slide, I propose that our strategy is to continue to monitor. And I think I'm optimistic that in 1 or 2 years, we're ready to make a request for center. That doesn't mean that we cannot start asking questions of the state, like how they count online courses. But I think in 2 years, we'll have a better idea on the stability of this growth. So our commitment is here. I want to leave you with a message that it is a commitment to the families, the students, the stakeholders in Santa Clara River Valley. And our message is very clear. We hear you and we see the growth. And we're planning carefully to ensure that the college, the center is here to stay and this expansion is meaningful. We may not need a building right away. I think we're responding to the needs with a tangible square footage growth, and we'll continue to do that. As long as we have online courses, I think we can think about spaces for more support programs, and then we go from there. And I take any questions.
Thank you, President Lorido. Have you, trustees, any questions? Trustee Mantooth?
I don't have questions per se, but a couple of comments, if I might. I think it'd come as no surprise to my fellow trustees, as well as a number of people in this room, that this is a topic of abiding interest for me. And it has been for a lot longer than I've been a trustee with this district. But more importantly, and I thank you for putting this on the agenda, Chancellor, because I had requested this a few months back. And I think the timing is really good and you were moving in that direction anyway. But more importantly, I want to thank you for the work that's being done. I want to thank you for the commitment that I'm seeing to the students and the future students of the Santa Clara Valley. And this may come as a little bit of a surprise to some of you, but I agree with you that a large facility isn't needed right now. In fact, before doors of something like that open and students come in, which is the real payoff, that may be a number of years before that happens. And in conjunction with that, I'm hopeful that the state of our state's economy will be such that we'll get funded for it. But there's one missing piece. The state will not pay for the site or the land that it will sit upon. And this is, and you've heard this from me before, land, particularly in Ventura County, is a great investment. Ask the farmers. It, I think, is incumbent upon us to be proactive so that when that day comes, when those numbers validate the need for brick and mortar on a large scale, that we're ready. And the students of that day, at that day, are going to thank us if we have the shovel-ready, developable piece of property with utilities to be able to begin that work so that there isn't additional delay well beyond our lifetimes. Again, it's money in the bank. Land is an investment just like a savings account. And I think we should be very proactive and, again, put this in the hands of our chancellor and our administration as an operational issue with great encouragement to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. You know, one of the things that I did to prepare for, I guess, my comments was to go back in time to January 2024, when we held a board meeting, special board meeting in Santa Paula. And at that board meeting, in the presentation, we had things like commitments. We had things like 2024 dual enrollment expansion plans with some set actions that we were going to do. We also had some ideas that we threw out there, even with dollar amounts, things like a shuttle service. And I'm just wondering where we are on that list of bullets of commitments that we've made. And I agree with Trustee Mantooth that the numbers might not be there right now, but are we doing everything in our capacity to build upon those numbers in the here and now? For example, counseling services. There were some commitments on positions of counseling. Do we have counselors from Ventura College East Campus stationed or at least weekly, monthly visiting Ventura College, assisting, Santa Paula and Fillmore, assisting those students with enrollment? Do we have summer programs at the facility in Santa Paula, not online, but in person for a student's first opportunity to go to college, to be in a classroom with an instructor and to have that college experience? So I guess I have some questions, and I'm not going to go line by line in the sense of timing right now, but I do have some questions on the commitments that we made, where we are with those. But I think what the community is really looking for, and what I share with that interest, is what commitments are we making to the Santa Clara River Valley today for the next 6 months, for the next 12 months? What's our plan? And can we tell the community our due date's here, we'll do this, and we're going to set aside the funds to do that? And that's where I am. So a little more detail or a little bit more on the commitment side would be helpful for me.
Say my address of your questions. We presented, I want to say last November, on dual enrollment, and there was a little more information on the specific activities that we're offering at Santa Paula. Today's report also have some of that information. And I wish I had a different PowerPoint that I had presented at the VCEC Center that has a lot of the details on the number of visits by dual enrollment, counseling, financial aid, basic needs at the Santa Clara River Valley. Substantial increase on those numbers. And I could provide you that information separate. Transportation has been brought up quite a few times, and we looked into that. The reality is that Ventura County Transportation Center has a route called the 126. That route, Highway 126, starts, so it goes from Fillmore to Ventura. Every hour on the hour, starting at 5:15 a.m., starts at Fillmore, and the last pickup at the Ventura College is at 9:13 p.m. every day, Monday to Friday. And they have the westbound to Ventura, and they have the eastbound to Fillmore every hour. And the longest time that somebody could potentially be seated from the farthest point to Ventura College is 50 minutes, 50, which is considerably time, but I think we have the service. I mean, not we, the county has the service and the transportation. I'm not sure that I can offer you bullet points related to that presentation last year, but I can assure you the numbers show the increase in numbers, and I'm not sure about deadlines. We increase those services for enrollment purposes to support the students. So I think a lot of that has shown progress.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, Chair
Trustee
Torres, I have
Fichowski?
a question regarding slide 5. I thought it was
Does the CCAP
slide
not
5.
pick up?
Dan.
That one.
Okay. I was simply curious as to what the CCAP number is versus the non-CCAP number. It looks like on this slide, it looks like it combines them both. And I was just curious as to what those numbers broken out were.
I'm not sure if we have the breakdown, but I can tell you that we are moving towards more CCAP agreements. Or if anybody else from my team has that breakdown.
Dr. Laredo Habib, I can speak to that.
Thank you, Kenya.
Okay. My name is Kenya Johnson. I'm the Dean of East Campus. Greetings, Chancellor and esteemed board members. So the question is in regards to the breakdown between CCAP and non-CCAP. And I can tell you that The majority of that number with regards to FTES is in CCAP. The smaller number is with our non-CCAP. So I myself, I don't have the exact numbers for Fillmore High School and Santa Paula High School in front of me, but we are actively growing our college and career access pathways and working on agreements with our local high school districts, specifically Santa Paula Unified and Fillmore Unified. So that's where the numbers kind of land there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya.
The other question I had has to do with the slide number 8. The footnote at the bottom indicates that it says the total is less than the sum of CCAP, non-CCAP, and special admit because some students enrolled in multiple types of dual enrollment classes. Yet when I sit there and count them, it looks like they add up. So I'm confused as to why the footnote when the total seems to add up between Fillmore and Santa Paula.
Okay, I'll take this one. I think that we might be able to take a second look at that. I think the footnote was referring to the fact that a couple of factors influence this in that when we have students dropping, like we really can't get our final calculation until the semester has already ended. So that was the intention with some of
Okay.
that.
That
And
makes
then,
sense.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. One of the things that I wanted to mention is in the January meeting, something that was discussed, you weren't hired yet, Claudia, but one of the things that was mentioned from the community was in addition to strengthening the workforce in adult education, the slides on slide 7, it was mentioned that they also wanted to have like career pathway transfer, so our students would be able to also have opportunities to just take courses that wanted to transfer. So that was one of the areas that was mentioned back in January of 2024, because there was information that was brought forward and it was very much on workforce, which is needed, but there was also students that were present there from the community that were taking classes to transfer to the university. So there was also mentioned to, in that process of being inclusive, to start building programs that really address the needs and the desires of the different community of Santa Paula. So maybe something to be considered and looked at, because I know it was before your time, so you didn't have a chance to maybe listen to that. But I remember during that meeting, that was something that was voiced by some of the students that went to go provide their public comments.
Yes, and in fact, in some of the presentations at the advisory committees, we have shown the list of classes, which is not exactly the same that we offer before COVID. You know, COVID provided us an opportunity to reset not only the modalities, but also the offerings. And we have now more classes that meet that transfer level. We're missing that wet lab to be able to have more degrees that the students have more chances to complete within this center.
Thank you. So given that there's no more questions or comments, Trustee Chancellor?
Are we facilities wise classrooms at capacity now with use, or are there times during the day that specifically and do some in the evening that they're empty or vacant because students, two scenarios, they're either taking courses online or there just isn't a need or demand?
Right, and Kenya probably could add more to what I'm gonna say. So we have a couple blocks of time during the day that are full, morning, evening, particularly after 7. We have some time in the afternoon that we don't have many offerings because there's no demand. People are working. We don't have full Fridays, and certainly we don't have Saturdays. However, the increase on the square footage allow us to increase the offerings of those times with high demands. And like I just mentioned, adding the wet lab will allow us to offer some biological sciences and I want to say physiology for students in the nursing program so they can finish. Kenya, would you like to add anything else?
I'll just say that I agree with what you said. You explained it very accurately in terms of where the gaps are.
I just want to add that this morning many of us here present in the room were at the Isabella Project Strategic Planning Advisory Committee, and I heard a comment that resonated with me. Somebody at the table, I think his name is Bill Bartel from the Economic Development Collaborative, and we were talking about this growth. You know, it's very heartwarming to see how Santa Paula is really working together to grow the opportunities for the students. But he made a comment that really resonated with this presentation. He said it's about growing around and growing around the building, not putting the building and then growing from there, if that makes sense. And that really encapsulates, I think we're doing a very strategic growth on time, meeting the needs of the students with some caution. I do emphasize though that as the needs have shifted after COVID, I will say we will be needing more space for support services, probably more than classrooms very soon. So more office space, counseling areas, basic needs center.
And so we're very much looking forward to that and presenting it because we very much love the Santa Paula, Fillmore, Peru area, and we recognize that there is a need in that community, and we want to ensure that we're providing everything that they need. And of course, the outreach efforts, the intention of what we need to do to outreach to the different sectors to ensure that we're able to capture those numbers to eventually be able to look into providing a center that is going to be sustainable, that we're going to have the support, but building the program. So I'm happy to hear that there's those committees, inclusivity of the Santa Paula community to be involved, and then also from our college to ensure that we're able to raise the numbers, bring the programs. And I think as we're developing the programs and we're doing the outreach, we'll be able to get some of our people coming into our college, and particularly in the East Campus.
And we do have a counselor at the campus.
And that's wonderful.
Permanent.
So I am going to have just one more question, Trustee Chancellor, and we can move on with reports, and then after.
I totally agree. Actually, I'm going to make a recommendation.
Okay.
Some feedback that I heard when students are selecting their courses. I should ask it in a question. Are they able to select East Campus as an option? Because I think right now it just has the 3 locations as Ventura, Moore Park, or Oxnard. So if a student is living in Santa Paula or Fillmore and they like, my heart's set on going to a campus around the corner, I don't want to filter through hundreds and hundreds of courses. I think, is that an option?
Yes, I can answer that. So right now on our course schedule, students can filter for off campus and they will see all of the courses that are offered at East Campus. So they can filter for that on the course schedule.
Okay. Okay. So trustees, now we move on to.
Thank you.
Thank you to. Thank you to 6.02. We have our Associated Student Government Reports, and we're going to have our student trustee introduce them.
Good evening, everyone. Before I go into the reports, I just want to highlight that we do have our next student trustee here in the room present. So I thought we would take a minute to have him introduce himself before we move on to our student government reports. So
good evening, everyone. My name is Amir Ayash. I am the next student trustee. I first want to thank Sierra. You're leaving. I don't know how to say it. Congratulations on UCLA. So I would say about a couple months ago, when I was brought to the attention of student trustee, I wasn't really aware of what it was. I'm not going to lie. I did have 2 people from the ASMC office. They did tell me all about it, and I wanted to do more research on it before I took the step of, campaigning for myself. I've been a student at Moore Park College for over a year now, and I think since I've gone to a college, I was able to express more about the things I support and the things that I want to bring on. In high school, we didn't really have this, so it's good to have a community like Moore Park College, Ventura, and Oxnard. We're able to speak our minds and tell people how we truly feel and what we really want. I was able to meet with Sierra, I would say a couple of weeks ago, and we went over a couple of things regarding how it goes for student trustee, and I'm very happy that we have a lot in common and what we both support. And I actually truly am happy that she set up the core base of, how it is and how it's going to go. And I want to add on to what she did and more. What else did I write? Like I have a timer. Yeah, but I will just want to say that I am ready to be the next student trustee. I know a lot of people on both sides for students. There's a lot of conservatives and liberals, and it's very scary to get into the political side of it. I remember when when I was getting into it, I was really nervous to talk about politics because it's a very, very serious matter. And I remember someone told me that if you really can't speak, and it it was kind of attack, but I deserved it. I was more so like really nervous. I was like, do you think I should do this? I'm not really sure. Like, I don't want people to like dislike me over my opinions. And then someone told me that if you can't really speak up on it, like why do student trustee? And it really got me thinking to myself that I won't be able to please everyone, but I know that I have students on both sides that want to have their voice spoken, and that is what I'm here to do. I want to not only speak on how I feel, but also on how all students feel on both sides, because I don't believe that there's one side over stronger than the other. That's why we have a democracy. And with that being said, I am very happy to be the next student trustee. Thank you so much, student trustee Sierra, for everything that you've done. And I hope to build on of what you said. And to all those student trustees and chancellor, I can't wait to see you next meeting. And just know when I come next time, I will be prepared much stronger, much harder, and you will see a difference. My name is Amir Yash. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Welcome, Amir. Amir, we love that you called us student trustees. You made us feel young. No, don't be. Actually, it's the joy of being able to have you here with us. So we are very much looking forward to having you join us for this next year. And you spoke very beautifully, and that is the work of the student trustee, to be able to represent the voice of all as you come here to the dais just like us. So thank you, and we're looking forward to working with you this upcoming year. Student trustee.
Thank you for your introduction, Amir. Now, with tradition, I'll have Rigoberto go first for our Associated Student Government reports, and then we'll follow it by Ventura College and then Moore Park College. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir. I like your shirt. Good evening, Board Trustees, Student Trustee Wayland, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. This is my report for the month of May. This month, our ASG, along with various campus groups and community organizations, were able to host 2 very successful graduation and career fairs, one during the day and another in the evening. We also hosted a very successful de-stress and wellness event where we were able to meet the Oxnard Fire Dog, Skippy. Also, we will be collaborating with the OC Career Affairs Club, OC Student Health Center, Rainbow Resource Center, and Rainbow Cafe Resource Center to participate in the annual OC Progress Flag Raising Ceremony on Wednesday, May 14th, which is tomorrow. I also want to take a moment to congratulate all our graduating ASG board members, Ariana Villalobos Castillo, Azul Castillo, and Trina Duong. In addition, I want to thank all the student leaders, Kamea, Marianne, and obviously the amazing Sierra Whalen, who I am so happy I voted for making my time so enjoyable. And the best wishes to all the amazing students of ASMC and ASVC. But more than anything, I wanted to share my appreciation towards all the students I met during my year, and with appreciation beyond measure to my friends. Finally, I want to share that the OC Associated Student Government, as well as myself, will never stop supporting all our different student constituency groups. This month in particular, I wanted to emphasize the importance of supporting our LGBTQIA+ students, more specifically supporting their mental health and showing them the same respect we show others, not talking about them during public meetings as if they're some type of subhuman species that's so abstract to us. Oxnard College's ASG is and will forever be a safe place for all students, including our LGBTQIA+ students, to be who they are without the fear that they will be looked down upon. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee Whalen, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. Wrapping up the year, our ASVC board has reviewed our
tentative event schedules and budget for next year so that our incoming board members have an outline of what to expect once fall semester starts. Myself, who will be in this role once again next year, and our incoming vice president have been planning our new board's onboarding fall retreat, which we are very excited for. Also, a congratulations to our 5 graduating ASVC board members, and a special shout out to Angela Aguirre, who is our ASVC Director of Equity and Inclusion. She has showed exceptional commitment to our student government and will be continuing her studies at UCLA. We'll all miss her very much. I would also like to take a moment to highlight a couple events that have taken place at Ventura College. Firstly, Earth Day in collaboration with ASVC and VC faculty, where our biology club and EOSO participated to spread awareness about their environmental initiatives and all the great things they do on and off campus to support our environment. It was a great event that celebrated our planet and brought our community hosted at Ventura College, and give a moment of appreciation for all of our LGBTQIA+ students that are graduating. It is great to see how our community college district supports students of all backgrounds. As this year will be coming to a close, I would also like to acknowledge the students sitting beside me, Rigoberto and Marianne, student trustee Waylon, and every student who has shown up to the Board of Trustees, given a public comment, who is watching right now, and continues to support everything with our student advocacy initiatives. Your hard work and efforts to make our student voices heard is commendable. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor McLennan, and Student Trustee Whalen. Congratulations for also getting into UCLA, fellow Bruin right there. My name is Marianne Venus Rogers. I'm the current president of Associated Students of Moore Park College, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak today. I did not realize that the written report that I had initially drafted up did not go through, so I apologize for that, and I will do my absolute best to deliver a comprehensive oral report. And it also did not click in my head that this would be the last official report that I would be delivering as the president of ASMC. So it's all business over here, unfortunately. I'm gonna be I'll save the thank yous for last. So first, as we head into finals for Moore Park College students wrapping up the semester, the ASMC Board of Directors continues to focus on our students' well-being through our De-Stress Fest that we're currently going through right now. It's a week-long series of events aimed at helping students unwind and recharge, finding small moments of joy before finals. And this initiative is being led by our Director of Campus Events, Angeli. And a couple of the highlights for this De-Stress Fest that we'll have for this week is yesterday we had a taco truck, therapy dogs, and creative painting stations. And today our students enjoyed an Italian food truck with pizza and pasta, free massages, and journaling with booklets to help with reflection and stress relief. Another important thing that I wanted to highlight as the ASMC board's mission is advocacy and civic engagement. I'm excited to share a quick update on the lobbying trip that a few of our student directors attended. From April 27th to the 29th, members of our ASMC Board of Directors traveled to Washington, D.C. for a lobbying trip, representing the voices of Moore Park College students at the national level. This trip was made possible thanks to student rep fees, which directly supports opportunities like this where students can advocate for themselves and their peers. And during the trip, one group of student representatives actually met with Elizabeth Zuniga, a legislative aide from Senator Alex Padilla's office, which is one of our U.S. senators. And the other group had the honor of meeting with Congresswoman Julia Brownlee herself, who represents our district in the U.S. House of Representatives. In these meetings, our student leaders spoke about several critical issues, including protecting undocumented students and ensuring they have access to resources, and preserving the National Suicide Prevention Hotline for the members of the LGBTQIA+ community who are disproportionately impacted by mental health challenges. They also talked about the future of the Department of Education and what that means for federal financial aid like FAFSA, and as well as addressing political violence and intimidation on college campuses, which undermine student safety and open dialogue. In addition to that, I thought the trip was a great example of how ASMC continues to take student advocacy beyond our campus, and we're proud to keep building upon those connections. And finally, I wanted to take a moment to extend my congratulations once again to the newly elected ASMC board for the 2025-2026 academic year. And over the next few weeks, the old board will be here to ready to pass down knowledge and sharing lessons learned, and we'll still be here even after our term ends, committed to staying involved as a resource and a support system for the incoming year. And with that, I also wanted to extend my gratitude and thanks to everyone that's helped me feel welcome here. I know I've only taken the ASMC president position for this specific spring semester, so I'm very thankful for all the support that I've gotten, and it almost feels surreal that this will be the last report that I'll be giving. So unfortunately, I don't have 4 more years, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Pachowski?
we allowed them to comment on those reports?
Mhm.
Okay. First, I'd like to welcome Amir. I'm glad that starting next meeting, I will no longer be the new guy. I would be remiss though, as a political science graduate, if I didn't remind you that we live not in a democracy, but a democratic republic. Next, I'd like to address the comments from the Oxnard College ASG rep. I want to emphasize that I will always stand up for the rights of women and girls to fairly participate in sports. There are even many in the gay community who do not appreciate transgender individuals being lumped in with them. All you need to do is to look at Gays Against Groomers on X to see that. These biological boys and men who are choosing to compete against girls and women are doing so at great peril to the very individuals that Title IX was meant to protect. No one on this board has been talking about anyone during a public meeting as if they're some type of subhuman species. Even California Governor Gavin Newsom has said that it is not fair for women and girls to be forced to compete against boys and men. I really want to recommend that you step out of your woke echo chamber and listen to the opinions from people other than yourself. 80% of Americans recognize the fact that allowing boys and men to compete against girls and women is not only unfair, but in fact quite possibly dangerous. I will conclude by restating the fact that I've said before. I am willing to meet with any member of the Ventura County community regarding any issue he or she cares to discuss. To date, the only people or group that's chosen to take me up on that offer has been Teresa Bonham and Paula Munoz from the AFT. We've had pleasant conversations and we've found common ground with each other. And I appreciate them taking the time to speak with me about issues that matter to them. And I welcome you to do the same. Thank you.
So we're going to move on to 6.03, our AFT reports. And so we have Teresa.
T has no report.
So 6.04, we have a SEIU report, but I see that Maria is not here today, so I'm not sure if there's someone that's going to speak on her behalf. No? Okay. So we have 6.05, we have classified Senate President's report, and we'll start with Ventura College.
Hello again. Written report has been provided, but I'd like to just share a couple things. The Ventura College Classified Senate board members will be attending the 4CS Classified Leadership Institute in June. Our elections are currently underway, and the new executive board members will be announced at the June Board of Trustee meetings. Thank you.
Oxnard College.
Good evening again. For my report, I just have that we continue to work on our PG manual updates and end of year retreat. We also finalized our plans to send 5 of our classified Senate board to the Classified Leadership Conference in late June, including our new president and vice president. Alongside with that, I would also like to share that I have had the pleasure of joining our OC ASG students in several events and meetings this year, and it has been such a great experience getting to know these young leaders and collaborating on campus. I would like to recognize our OC ASG president, Rigoberto Osorio, for doing such a great job in his role as president, and the rest of the board for representing our students on campus. Thank you, and I'll probably see you tomorrow. I would also like to say thank you to our OC Academic Senate President, Dolores Ortiz, for your kind words. I consider myself lucky to have been able to work alongside you and to be able to count on you for your support. I aspire to be a little more like you when I grow up, if that ever happens. And thank you again and in advance for your leadership and continued support of not just myself, but of all our classified professionals. Thank you.
Oak Park College.
Hi there. So a written report was provided, so I don't want to belabor it, but I did want to provide some comments to complement the first item, which was about the Moore Park College Classified Senate Employee Scholarships, which provide assistance to a currently employed MC classified employee or their spouse, dependent, or child for any education-related expense. Specifically, I wanted to offer congratulations to Erin Dilly, who serves at our campus as a library assistant and received the scholarship to support her pursuit of her Master of Library and Information Sciences from San Jose State University. And congratulations to MC Counseling Services Specialist Brandy Reiger, who was awarded the scholarship to offset costs associated with her doctoral studies at Purdue University. That's all.
Thank you. Academic Senate President's Reports, Ventura College. Moore Park College is going to,
There's paper I lost, so.
okay, Moore Park College.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee, chancellor, colleagues, and guests. I'd like to speak briefly on 2 issues that were discussed at the April board meeting. The first involved the timing of a Ventura College Senate resolution brought before the board. There was a concern brought up from the dais that it was troubling that the Academic Senate chose to pursue a resolution before anything was dealt with through the chain of command. I would like to remind the board that Section 53203 of Title V asserts the right of the Academic Senate to meet with or appear before the board with respect to our views, recommendations, or proposals, quote, while in the process of consulting collegially, unquote, and quote, after consultation with the administration of the college and or the district, unquote. An Academic Senate bringing a resolution to the board or just discussing issues with the board before they have been, quote, dealt with through the chain of command, unquote, is absolutely within Senate rights as outlined by Title V. The second issue involves the rejection of the Ventura College AA and sports management. The review criteria for ACCJC Standard 4.6 states that, quote, once a collective decision has been reached, board members individually demonstrate their support for board policies and decisions. This means that, among other things, once the board approves a resolution, members are individually bound by that resolution unless it is rescinded at a later meeting. Board Resolution 2013-01, written and approved by the Board of Trustees, is still binding. This resolution speaks affirmatively about the AAUP's statement that, among other things, the board should exercise decisions about curriculum adversely, quote, only in exceptional circumstances and for reasons communicated to the faculty, unquote. So while the mutual agree clause of Title V does not spell out the grounds for rejecting curriculum, your board resolution does add an additional layer of requirements for your rejection of curriculum. With all that said, I'd like to make the following request. Consistent with Board Resolution 2013-01, can you please clearly communicate to the faculty the board's understanding as a collective body of what exactly the exceptional circumstance was leading to that no vote? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Good evening, trustees. So to celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I'd like to thank the Board of Trustees for their leadership in drafting and passing 202204 resolution in support of AAPI Month nearly 3 years ago to the day. To commemorate AAPI Heritage Month, I'd like to acknowledge the work of the Board of Trustees by reading a few of the whereas statements and the resolve statements. Resolutions are words, but we show our commitment through continued actions. Whereas May is officially celebrated as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, coinciding with 2 important milestones in the United States: the arrival of the first Japanese immigrants in the nation on May 7th, 1843, and the contributions of Chinese workers to the building of the Transcontinental Railroad completed May 10th, 1869, and whereas each May Americans joined together to pay tribute to the contributions of generations of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders who have enriched our nation, and whereas the history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States is inextricably tied to the story of our nation. And then I will skip to resolved. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Ventura County Community College District will continue to speak out against racism. It will embrace inclusivity and belonging and focus on the issues as a way to turn back the surge of racist violence and hate crimes nationally. Ventura County Community College District Board of Trustees, classified staff, and faculty will continue to support calls to action that support declarations that highlight the need for diversity, equity, inclusion, and awareness, while noting that national origin and skin color should not be a reason to engage in violence, but instead be an opportunity to learn about the unique communities that make up the United States. And let it be further resolved that the Ventura County Community College District will advocate for Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders and people of different racial, ethnic, and national groups through the district's comprehensive program of educational opportunities that promote access, success, and equity. I would also like to congratulate the board for continuing to be responsive to the students and communities our district serves by writing, passing, and honoring board resolutions such as 202102 Board Resolution DEI and 202105 Board Resolution in support of Pride Month. I'd like to read the resolve statements from the Pride Month VCCCD Board Resolution 202105 to reaffirm these commitments for us as a district. I'd also like to thank the campus's student, classified, and academic senates and our administrators for affirming our commitments to the queer LGBTQIA+ communities in the district via the amazing, authentic Lavender Grad ceremony and celebration and our annual Progress Pride flag raising ceremonies. So for this one, I'd just skip to the resolved. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ventura County Community College District Board of Trustees recognizes Pride Month as a momentous time to celebrate our dynamic and diverse LGBTQIA+ community and educate ourselves and others about the achievements and challenges of LGBTQIA+ people throughout history. And let it be further resolved that the Board of Trustees during LGBTQIA+ Pride Month and beyond is fully committed to creating and encouraging a culture that values members of the LGBTQIA+ community and believes leading a district-wide dialogue to understand and appreciate our community's diverse voices and perspectives that inspires equity and inclusivity, creates alliances, and promotes a healthy, safe, and prosperous environment for all on our campuses and in our community is fundamental to our mission and in alignment with the Board of Trustees' strategic goals. So I want to thank you again, Board of Trustees, for your time, effort, consideration in honoring our students, our communities, and our colleagues within the district. I also, in my board report, I've listed helpful reminders about faculty 10+1 rights, roles, and responsibilities, which can just be helpful, quick reference for any of us, including my new incoming Academic Senate President colleagues and myself. I implore the board to follow Title V and the spirit of Ed Code by continuing to regularly follow faculty recommendations specifically on curriculum. I've listed citations for ease of reference for further education and research into the faculty role according to Title V and Ed Code. So for example, Title V, 53203 powers, governing board shall adopt policies delegating authority and responsibility to its academic senate. B, policies in A shall be adopted through collegial consultation with the academic senate. C, guarantees the academic senate the right to meet with or appear before the board. Both of the two options for collegial consultation under Title V require direct communication between the academic senate and the governing board or its representatives. I'm summarizing this to state that when the academic senate presidents here seek to be recognized during board meetings, when 10+1 items are being discussed, such as curriculum, we are not being disruptive. We are not being disrespectful to the meeting. We have a legal right to collegial consultation with you all. It is the right of the senates the academic senates to assume primary responsibility for making recommendations in the areas of curriculum and academic standards. As our board here in VCCD has elected to provide for mutual agreement in all 10+1 academic and professional matters, in instances where a recommendation of the faculty senates is not accepted, the reasons for the board's decision must only be for compelling legal, fiscal, or organizational reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Ventura College.
Hello, Chair, Trustees, Student Trustee, Chancellor, and all who are in the room. I want to take a moment to thank Dr. Faris. I wanted to make sure that you were able to hear directly from our curriculum experts on campus. As academic senate presidents, we do not come with the expertise of everything on campus. We can't. Having strong leadership such as Dr. Faris and Stephanie Branca, our co-chairs of the curriculum committee, have led with integrity. It felt best for you to hear from the leader of our curriculum committee who knows the process inside, outside, and upside down. I wanted to take a moment to address Trustee Whelan and our student population on behalf of faculty. Please have confidence in the curriculum that you have been engaged in at our colleges. I want to share with you a bit about the process in the creation of the curriculum. I'm going to use our new speech language pathology assistant program as an example because I've been living, breathing, dreaming that curriculum for 2 years now. This is a program that was developed from scratch, not one like we received as a template from the state, like our modern policing or our Chicano studies degrees. That's a whole other beast and will take all night to go through. There were 7 courses that need to be designed on top of all the other courses that would come together to create the local degree. State and federal laws, societal norms, all the local impact are all incorporated in the development of the curriculum. Each course took about 20 to 40 hours of the faculty's time to draft. This includes researching courses at other colleges and the state requirements, the federal requirements, and all of that needs to go into meeting licensure. That's about 280 hours from faculty from these 7 courses. Additionally, it was sent out to an advisory board of 20 or more speech language pathologists in the community, our advisory board. We hosted several meetings with the SLPs in which they came and provided clarification, additional feedback, and insight into the impact of the coursework in the community. Once this was done and submitted for curriculum review, it was sent to the technical review, which involves a minimum of 10 people, at least two who are given intensive look, and then it was brought forward. So it was given an intensive look, and then the others adding their review at the technical meeting. Once feedback is provided there, it went back to faculty for us to make changes based on the feedback shared from the technical review. After any potential revisions were made, it now went on to the curriculum committee. This committee is an open public meeting in which any community member or college member can come and provide feedback through public comments. Additionally, discussions are held in the curriculum committee to ensure that all angles are considered for student success. 20 voting members, all faculty across the campus with 2 representatives from each division, and 16 non-voting members are all able to come together to review the curriculum and choose to vote to move the curriculum forward or send it back for more work. So let's just catch up here for a second. That's 46 people so far that are involved, not including the advisory board, which would bring the total up to about 66, 70 people that we've had so far look at this curriculum. People who have invested the development of each of these courses and not program. Just remember, these are individual courses. All of this is while we're utilizing the PACA, which is a state document that shows all the requirements that are expected from the state to create the curriculum to meet state approval. Trustee Whelan, once this curriculum has met all the approval at the local college level, it is then brought to the district committee on curriculum instruction. As my grandma used to call them, this is where the big dogs play. This is the space where the curriculum chairs, articulation officers, academic senate presidents, VPAAs, and the vice chancellor are looking at the curriculum before passing it to you. That's another 12 to 15 people reviewing providing feedback as necessary. This is where faculty and administrators across the district, the ones with the most extensive knowledge in curriculum development, come together and discuss the curriculum before it is moved forward. In total so far, we have had approximately 85 sets of eyes looking at our curriculum for our SLIPA program before it even came to this moment for you at the district, at the Board of Trustees to vote on approval or not. We have consulted with the experts in the field of study. We have made revisions based on the feedback provided from the college community. We have looked to other programs in the state offering similar programming to ensure there is continuity in the education across the state. I don't want you to ever think that the curriculum that you have received as a student in our district was anything below the highest standards of modern education. How it is taught in the classroom relies on academic freedom of the instructor. What is taught in the classroom is reliant on all those hours that have been put forward to ensuring every I was dotted and every T was crossed, and every conversation that was brought forward around the content was had. The best thing about the higher education curriculum is that there is the power to revise curriculum as the world changes. This is a lot different than other educational institution settings in which there are more strict standards of what and how things can be taught. That is what is amazing about higher ed. You have the ability to be able to sit in a classroom and engage in discussion and debate, looking at learning from all the different angles and different perspectives. You have the ability to discourse across ideologies and ability to trust and truly form your own perspectives. This is the reason why there should never be a question around the curriculum once it has come to the board. The board is to state with confidence that every process has been followed and that the board stands with the colleges to ensure the most credible curriculum is being produced by the district. The board recognizes the minimum of 85 pairs of eyes and hundreds of hours of work by faculty in the community to create curriculum that is beneficial to the students. So please share that message along to our students. I want to thank you for listening to my ramblings. I want to make sure that I have expressed that you can have confidence in the education you've received in this district, and that it really does take a village to get to the point where it is sitting in front of you all on any meeting day. It is why it is critical for the board to uphold your resolution 13-01, in which the board affirms its support to uphold the faculty has primary responsibility for such fundamental areas as curriculum, subject matter, and the methods of instruction, research, faculty status, and those aspects of student life which relate to the educational process. On these matters, the power of review or final decision lodged in the governing board or delegated by its to the president should be exercised adversely only in exceptional circumstances and for reasons other communicated to the faculty. This is my last official board report. I have added several gray hairs to my head over the past year and a half, all that were never there before, and I can't make them go away. I am sure that you are not going to miss the occasional pirate pun as I have delivered in reports in the past. I want to send a special thank you to President Dolores Ortiz and President Matthew Morgan. My unexpected push into this world was cushioned by the incredible support that both of you have given to me, and I am eternally grateful to both of you. The incoming president has years and years of experience serving on academic senate leadership and also on the curriculum committee. And our curriculum co-chairs, as you met them earlier tonight, are some of the most experienced the college has ever seen in regard to curriculum development. I am confident that the people who come after me are going to continue to produce the highest quality of work and benefit to our students and our community. Our faculty at our three colleges are the most passionate and amazing faculty who you could have on your ship, working towards steering the community and the students into a better future. Please always have confidence that there is so much good going on here, and do your best to support and make our lives a little bit easier so we in return can do that for our students.
Thank you, Rachel. We move on to so there are comments, but I do want to refer back to our ground rules. So as we are getting to know each other as a board and allowing comments to take place, they have to be very respectful in our tone. And I want to point out to the comments with our students. And so they have a right to be able to give their opinion and to state it. And we also have a right to respond, but do so in a very respectful manner. And our tone matters very much. And so I am going to allow a comment, but I'm going to ask for the board, as we have our ground rules and we have them in front of us. And it talks about the respectful dialogue. And so it's our board meeting, and we're going to hear as a board many comments. Sometimes there'll be comments that will be in support of what we say, sometimes not of what we said in the past. But as board members, we have the responsibility to be able to always engage in respectful dialogue despite of what we might hear in comments and reports. So I'm going to allow the comment, but just a reminder to the board that we always respond in a very professional, in a very respectful manner with everyone who's here present. Trustee Pachowski.
I want to specifically address a statement in the report from the Ventura College Academic Senate. It states, and I quote, "Go back to approving our curriculum with a 5-0 vote again. There is no reason why our curriculum should be under the scrutiny that it has been. Your actions show that you do not trust our district and college processes and our faculty." Where should I begin with this one? Well, at the February board meeting, I asked a simple question. Rather than receiving a simple answer to that question, Ventura College President Larita Habib tried to dismiss my question by saying it wasn't relevant. If a member, any member of this board, asks a question during a public meeting, it is relevant because we were elected by the voters in our areas to represent them. During that same meeting, Ms. Johnson, the Ventura College academic representative, stated, and I quote, "According to the faculty developing the women in sports class, an AA and sports management degree is being developed, and the department has planned relevant coursework that will ensure the various perspectives are learned about on the degree pathway. This course mirrors other courses developed focusing on men in sports, which is already in our system." Now, if anybody thinks that that wasn't a direct quote, I'm happy to play the YouTube video, but I think we can probably agree that that's what was said. Despite saying that, last month, when the AA in sports management came up for approval, there was no such course on men in sport required as part of the degree pathway. So, giving Ms. Johnson the benefit of the doubt, I have to assume that she was misinformed by the faculty developing the class, even though she presented that information as a fact.
Trustee Pachowski, I just, and as you know, we're getting to know as a board and the questions that may come up during the times of reports, as trustees, we're able to ask questions. We may have clarifying questions we may have for the academic senate, but we don't go into a debate during reports.
I'm not going into a debate.
And I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
I'm commenting on her request that we vote in a 5-0 manner on their curriculum. At last month's meeting, we learned that there doesn't appear to be such a course which is already in our system. At the past few meetings, it's become apparent, or it should have become apparent, that this board is not going to sit back and rubber stamp whatever's put on our agenda. So if you want to get back to a point where this board approves your curriculum 5-0, my suggestion is that you consider losing the wokeness in your curriculum.
Trustee
presented to
Pachowski,
us,
I'm going to stop because at this
and you
moment in
work to
time,
find common
Trustee
ground with the
Pachowski.
trustees.
Trustee Pachowski, using the word woke and starting to be in that engage of being disrespectful, that is not what we do as a trustee. You have a right to express yourself, but just like it's in our ground rules, it's very important to be respectful. And that comment was used before with our with our students, and I said you're using it again. So I want to be clear in terms of us as we deal with our business. We can speak to each other. We will debate with each other, but we will be respectful to our students and to our staff. So if there's anything with the curriculum, anything that needs to be discussed, it can be with us as a board, and that's very things that we have very clear in terms of our ground rules and our ACCJC accreditation. As board members, we can deliberate among ourselves. They have a right to be able to have the reports, to express how they feel, and we listen, and then we deliberate among ourselves. At the end of the report, there is a section. So if there's something that you want to comment from what you're hearing, as just a general comment, you can do so.
This board was attacked in that report, and I want to respond to it.
So we're a board of 5. So at this moment in time, I don't believe we need to respond. You can address anything you want towards the very end, but at this moment, and the comments, how it's been related to the Academic Senate, I'm going to ask that at this moment we don't continue responding and we move with what we have next on the agenda.
Chair Torres, respectfully, I'd ask for a moment to speak.
Trustee Lichto.
Thank you. You know, it's interesting because that same paragraph, that same bullet point kind of jumped out at me as well. And I don't believe that we necessarily support the district as trustees by simply voting 5-0 and not having the opportunity to ask questions. And as I think I said last month, asking questions is not scrutiny. Asking questions is not disrespectful. If I was disrespectful last month in any way, I certainly would apologize for that. I don't believe that I was. I always try to be very thoughtful in my questioning, in the concerns that I express. But at the same time, as an academic senate president, for you to state in there that any questioning is scrutiny, I don't think that's accurate. And I don't think really that is in line with what the collegiate spirit should be. So we should have the opportunity to speak freely. You've been given the opportunity as academic senate presidents, and I appreciate that. I think the dialogue was a little long, but that's okay. That's your right. I simply asked questions about the alignment and what was said to us in the board report, that it mirrored a course from a different community college system. And Trustee Pachowski brought up the point of the men's course not being in existence when we were told that it was in existence. So we're looking for accuracy. We're looking for effectiveness. We're looking for the right information. Asking questions is not disrespectful. Asking questions is not scrutiny.
Rachel, you had your hand up.
The written report that I just want to clarify was what we call our brag book that I started last year. And it gave faculty the opportunity to share things, accolades from the year, things that they did really well. And it also gave them a chance to share what their concerns are. Since the last board meeting, there have been several conversations on campus over curriculum. And as you saw tonight, there were several people who came to speak on behalf of curriculum. There are a lot of people who are, I don't know any other word but frustrated, because as I described in my report just now, all of the work that goes into the curriculum to be developed. That comment was submitted along with several other comments. So I do not know who the faculty member was that submitted that comment, but that is, I think, just speaking to how people have been feeling over the past month on campus. And so I'm bringing that forward as a concern from faculty because there have been several people who've been speaking in those terms over campus. And to address the question over the men in sports, the men in sports class, when I was referring to that it was similar to another class, I was referring to the men in health class, which is a different set of classes, and that one of the faculty members had designed that class so that it would be similar to what they had already designed for another discipline within the college. And I think that there's been some confusion around that. The faculty member has stated that he was going to get this program off the ground and get students in there so they could start getting their degrees and start getting paying wages and good jobs. But he was also trying to get the program going. And then part of the process with curriculum is that we have the ability to go back and revise curriculum. So while it is in development right now, what we brought to you was what
has been initially established, but it doesn't mean that that's what it's always going to be, that they're going to be able to build other courses and add those as they see the need in the community. And that was what his intention was. And so it was not to ever mislead you, but I think my words were misunderstood in that he was trying to reflect how he set up the health for men and the health for women courses. And he started with the women in sports class. And so he was going to get that program off the ground and get it going. So if that provides you with clarification, I hope that's great. But at this point, I think there's nothing else I can say other than I apologize for my words being not the way that they should be in that moment a few months ago.
Thank you, Rachel. So trustees, we've had an opportunity to hear from the Academic Senate reports. We do have our president's report, so I'm going to move us to 6.07, and we can start with Moore Park College.
Good evening, trustees, Chancellor McLennan, student trustee. You have our board report, which identifies the work that we've been doing in terms of college outreach. So I just want to call out a couple of elements of that report. You will see that we've identified our outreach focusing on expanding bilingual services, high school express counseling, doing more work with adult school and middle school programming, and campus events that help to engage students and lead to persistence. All of these activities are in alignment with the board goals. And as you will see there, in particular, our outreach team has focused on making sure that we increase participation and exposure of Moore Park College to our high schools in our service area, and that there's been a 101.5% increase from 2024 in terms of engagement with our high schools, and we're very proud of that work. You will also see the high schools that we serve and the listings that has been articulated there. I also want to call attention to the variety of community outreach opportunities, such as tabling events, outreach at community breakfasts, as well as collaborations with our counselors from our various school districts that we serve. Once again, I just want to use this as an opportunity to sort of summarize what I think are the highlights of that particular document. I do want to sort of brag a bit. This afternoon, actually yesterday, we found out that Moore Park College Cyber Tech team, and this is a group of students who are in our cybersecurity program. They participate in a hackathon, a nationally recognized hackathon of 500 institutions, and Moore Park College came 15th out of that. Those 500 institutions, what I'm quite proud of is the fact that number 14 was Berkeley and number 15 is Moore Park College. That is incredible. We're very proud of that work. Kudos to our students. They do this workshop. They do these workshops and preparations year round, and then they go to these events. And it is the support of their professors, Ed Garcia and Kevin Ricard, that allows them to distinguish themselves in that national scene. I also want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to student trustee Sierra Whalen. Sierra is a representation of what is the best in our students in this college district. She brings intellect, she brings passion, she brings a commitment to students, and she speaks truth to power. And I would want to say to you, continue doing that, because that is what we need in the world. This is a season of celebration. And I want to, again, at this moment, congratulate our graduates and say a very big thank you to our faculty, our staff and administrators. Without them, supporting our graduates, without them building an environment for learning that allows the students to grow, this day might not happen. Our students are an example of what we do, which makes us successful, but they're also an example of why we do what we do. And so I'm very proud of that work. Happy birthday to Dr. Dan Watkins. I never heard it was AI man, but that's a new one here. And I also want to congratulate our retirees. We will be, the Academic Senate will be recognizing our retirees at a brunch next week, Tuesday, from 9 to 11:30. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of service to this college district and faculty and administrators as well as classified professionals. And we are very lucky as a college, but also as a college district, to have these individuals devote their lives to our students. So I just want to say congratulations to our retirees. I'm going to pass it on to Roberto.
Sure. Good evening, Chancellor. This month's report, I highlight our Oxnard College K-12 and outreach efforts. Before I highlight elements of the report, I want to acknowledge the tremendous job that our faculty, our staff, and administrators do day in, day out to promote Oxnard College to our prospective students. I just want to highlight a few of the events that are there in the report that we are very proud of. First one is Condor Days. This spring semester, we served over 400 students that are committed to coming to Oxnard College from OUHSD, with almost all of the participants recommending to their peers to participate in this program in the future. Also, we're really proud of our efforts in partnership with OUHSD and placing counselors at the high schools. So we have currently OC counselors at 11 high schools, and we have a counselor assigned to our middle college high school that's on campus. In 23-24, we had over 2,000 counseling contacts with students. The assistance we provided at the high school include help with dual enrollment, academic counseling, educational planning, and workshops. And lastly, OC Connect, this annual event, welcomes local high school counselors, educators, and administrators to campus to showcase our academic programs and services. And 98% of our participants indicated that they will refer their students to Oxnard College because they were just wowed by the presentation and all the services we have for our students. Trustee Whalen, thank you for your advocacy and leadership. If I still remembered the 8 clap from UCLA, I would do it right now. So thank you so much for all your support.
I do.
Do you? Sergio, I've enjoyed working with you. And over the time that I've worked with you, I have seen your leadership grow. And, as a leader, you don't always have to be the loudest one in the room. It's really how you present yourself and how you treat others that matter. So I really, really, really appreciate that. And it hasn't gone unnoticed. And I wish you the best in all your future endeavors. And I know I'm going to see you where you want to be. And won't mention more than that. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Ventura College.
In the interest of time, I'm going to keep my remarks very brief, trustees, and especially Trustee Whalen. Thank you so much for your service at the board and for leaving us so inspired. And there's no doubt that you raised the bar for future trustees. Thank you so much. At your request, like my colleagues, we prepared a report on high school outreach, counseling, and dual enrollment, and the kind of support and outreach activities that we have. You have the report, you have the numbers, so I won't repeat those, but I would like to thank and highlight Vice President of Student Affairs, Luca Lewis, and Dean Sergio Gonzalez, and thank them for preparing this report, which is an opportunity to highlight the great work of our classified professionals, non-instructional faculty like our counselors, and the great work that takes place. It a lot of departments, especially in student services, in providing this kind of outreach. You can see highlights not only for the services of counseling and outreach, but also financial aid, the Learning and Testing Center. So it takes really a village. Also, in the report, there are multiple engagements and activities that really highlight the students. It's such a great time of the year to attend these events and see not only the student talent that is featured, in my report in the art exhibit, the theater arts presentation, poetry that left us so inspired, but also the amount of civic engagement by our students through their clubs, like political science clubs and the Earth Day celebration activities that took place with multiple events with faculty sponsorship. I was very happy to be part of the district-wide Lavender graduation. We have the pleasure of hosting at Ventura College, but really the credit goes to the organizing committee. It was an inspiring moment I was very touched by the stories of the students, and it really made me proud to be part of the Lavender graduation. We had a really great event at the campus with the service awards celebrations. There's some pictures at the end of the report. I want to congratulate and thank all the members of Ventura College who were celebrating their service anniversaries, and also to those who are retiring, and in particular, our Dean, Debbie Newcomb, who has served the campus for, I think, 36 years and is now taking retirement. I know it's bittersweet. We will miss her, but we will wish her the best. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Board committee reports. We have Administrative Services Committee. We have co-chairs, Trustee Chancellor and Vice Chair Lichtel.
Yeah, and I chaired the last meeting, so with your approval, Mr. Chancellor, I'll go ahead and move forward. We had many items brought forward during this meeting, most of which were discussed and moved forward either to the board or for some kind of action. There are a few that I will mention and discuss. We did have a report from Ide Bailey. Ms. Emily Sheldon discussed the fiscal year 25 internal audit, as well as the audit objectives, and I thought did so very effectively. We did ask some questions that I'll get to in just a moment. The summer audit is scheduled for July 7th, tentatively. I'm sure that we'll get an update on that if that changes. And the year-end update audit will be in September, towards the end of the month. I did ask a question related to internal controls as related to the report that was provided to us. And Ms. Sheldon did indicate that internal controls are reviewed as an industry standard each year or each audit. And if any concerns came up during their audit, then they would certainly submit that to the board. Mr. Chancellor, did you want to mention anything about the audit process? No. Okay. And then we discussed action to approve establishment of an associate vice chancellor in human resources and compliance. This position will focus primarily on Title IX. It's on the agenda this evening on Title IX investigations. Most of these investigations are will be handled by this proposed position, which I think is good to hear. Streamlining that position and maybe bringing it under control here at the district office, I think will be really important once the preliminary investigations are concluded at the campus. That way we don't have any missteps and we have more eyes on the process. So I'm happy to hear that, and I'll be happy to support that that when it comes to for a vote this evening. We talked about dual enrollment and a new position that is being created at Ventura College that will directly work with local schools to grow the dual enrollment program. And Mr. Chancellor, you had some comments about that position. I'm not sure if you want to save those for later or if you want to comment on those now. That's up to you. Okay. And let me see if there's anything else that we discussed that is pertinent here. We talked about the cell towers over at Ventura College. We got clarification, the fact that they're 5G, and also that those towers are in compliance with any building codes. So there are no violations with those towers. So it was a robust meeting. We adjourned at 9:13. There was a lot of information, and I certainly appreciated the conversation and the ability to express our opinions freely and move forward.
Yeah, the only thing is, in your summary of the report, there was I just want to highlight, I had a really strong objection in regards to, I'll be mentioning it in our action items, but action to approve the amendment of the agreement between the Monarch Towers and Ventura College. So even though we agreed for that discussion to continue here at the board meeting tonight,
yeah,
by no means,
yeah,
giving.
Yeah, and I recall that, and I apologize if I didn't mention it, but
thank you for that.
That's part of that open discussion that we have that is appreciated.
Thank you very much, trustees. That was very helpful. And for the task committee, we have the co-chairs, Trustee Mantooth and Trustee Pachowski.
Trustee Mantooth, since I chaired the meeting. Okay. So in contrast, we actually had a very short meeting. There wasn't a whole lot on our agenda. We did have a discussion about the concept of a board policy on displaying of flags. This arose from the fact that in review of looking at our current board policies and comparing and contrasting them with other districts, I noticed that other districts have policies regarding the display of flags. And my concern is that the absence of a policy permits the unrestricted display of flags under the principle of free speech. And so as a starting point, I propose draft language that for a potential policy that would limit flag displays to only those flags which unite all of us: the American flag, the California state flag, and the county flag. Now, the college presidents did note that in practice, the only other flags that have been flown on our campuses have been the Pride flag and the POW MIA flag. And Co-Chair Mantooth reviewed the sample policies and expressed an openness toward development of a formal policy. He recommended that any adopted language be more inclusive in scope. Chancellor McLennan outlined the process for the policy development, and that the past co-chairs may formally request the chancellor to draft a policy, which would then be submitted through the established participatory governance channels before being presented for public discussion at a board meeting. But it was my understanding, and the meeting minutes don't say this, my understanding was that we were going to actually be discussing whether we wanted to move forward with such a policy at this meeting. But that's not what's on the minutes. Maybe you recall it differently, Stan?
Actually, I was unsure as to whether we were moving forward with a flag policy as it indicates in the minutes. So I'm in agreement with you.
Forward with
I
something.
think that was going to be further debated.
We have our Chancellor McLennan who wanted to speak on the minutes of the past committee.
Thank you. Yeah. So the actual discussion and the process that I outlined would be that if this was the interest, it could come out of either the subcommittees or it could come from any other part of our process for policy development. But in that particular instance, what I recommended was that it be agendized at the full board, and the full board would discuss if this is a policy area of interest. And then if that were the case, that the full board would task me with going through our process of
That's what I
developing
thought.
such a policy. And in terms of it being agendized, if you look on the board schedule, it's not called out on the agenda, but it is a link in the board document. You'll notice on the I believe Dr. Putnam, that's the June agenda, that it will be agendized on the June agenda meeting.
Great, thank you.
Board meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee
Doris, Trustee Pachowski. So I think it would be in order for the minutes, the draft minutes that are in this packet to be revised accordingly to reflect what we've just heard.
So we will,
Okay.
they are draft, and their approval will actually go back to pass. Yes, they will. So they'll be corrected at that time.
The next thing that was on our agenda was a follow-up on the visit from April 4th from the accreditation team. And Chancellor McLennan reported that the accreditation team had conducted a site visit to the district on April 4th. During their visit, they met with college leadership, district administrative center leadership, members of the Board of Trustees, and representatives from the classified and academic senates. The chancellor received a draft of the report in advance and was asked to review it for factual accuracy. And he expects a final report to be issued in June of 2025. Finally, there was an update on the chancellor's strategic advisory group regarding the district's strategic direction, and members of the advisory group expressed gratitude for the opportunity to participate. We did adjust a couple dates for future meetings, and that was the end of the meeting. We adjourned at 3:36 in the afternoon.
That was a fast meeting. Thank you. So thank you for those extensive board committee reports that were helpful. We are moving to the consent calendar, and Trustee Lichto.
I move that we approve the consent calendar as submitted with the exceptions of the items that were pulled, which are 10.02, 10.04, 10.06, 10.07, 10.14, 11.01 through 11.03, 12.04 and 12.07.
Okay. Second, okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 10.02, 10.04, 10.06, 10.07, 10.14, 11.01, 11.02, 11.03, 12.04, 12.07, and we have the motion made by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Mantooth. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We are now going.
Torres, if we can take a
We are,
maybe like a few
y-
minute break.
absolutely, so we are going to take about a 5-minute recess, thinking it'll probably be 10 minutes by the time we get back, and then we'll continue with the rest of the meeting. The trustees, as soon as you're ready, please come back to the dais so we can continue with our meeting. Got it, 30 seconds. I'm waiting for Joe. He said 30 seconds. No, just wanting to go say hi. All right, so we have quite a few items that were pulled from the consent calendar. And so we start with 10.02, and this was pulled from Trustee Pachowski. So Trustee Pachowski.
I really only had time. As I explained to Mr. Morgan from Moore Park College during the break, the reason why a lot of our questions today may not have come through as early as they normally do is because all five of us were out at a trustees conference over the weekend. 4 of us left on Thursday before the agenda was posted, and at least 2 of us didn't hit LAX until 8 p.m. on Sunday night, and then I'm still not feeling quite right. So that's why my questions didn't arrive till today. I had one question regarding 10.02, and that was simply regarding PO 0141525. The vendor for that is the Los Angeles Volleyball Academy in the amount of $12,000. Looking at the Ventura College Athletics website today, it appears that Ventura College the beach volleyball team there plays its home matches at Ventura Harbor Cove courts, but the LA Volleyball Academy is located in Camarillo. And so I'm not exactly sure where the expense lies. I think I can probably guess, but I wanted to get an answer to that question.
Okay.
That is the rental fee?
For what?
Or is the rental fee for utilizing the beach volleyball courts?
But the home matches are at the beach, Ventura Harbor, which is controlled by the Ventura Port District.
Okay,
LA Volleyball
Yeah.
Academy is in Camarillo.
We have a chance.
So I think James might be speaking to this, but there's been some publicity lately about the Port Authority taking those courts offline because of the sensitivity of the dunes, and there's no plan known yet how those are going to be replaced or if they're going to be replaced. I'm guessing that's probably, no, it's not what it is?
It's actually quite a lot simpler than that. The harbor doesn't want to manage the courts, and so they have another company that manages them, which is the LA Volleyball. So it's just a management company who has an office in Camarillo.
Okay, my thinking was I thought maybe they were practicing in Camarillo and playing their matches at Ventura Harbor.
It's just simply a management company.
Okay. Are we doing any second follow-up question on that? Are we doing anything towards developing a permanent solution for that on campus like Moore Park College did?
Not at this time, but if anything does change in that direction, then we'll start looking at what our options are. It would take a little bit of runway. We have to identify a space on campus and see what we can come up with. But right now, we're just, if anything, just starting to talk about what we might do if the facility changes around. This is all fairly recent.
Thank you, James. Unless any other trustees have any questions, I'd like to move that we approve 10.02.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to approve 10.02 by Trustee Pachowski, seconded by Trustee Lichtel.
Right.
Trustee
I
Chancellor.
didn't get a chance, but 10.02 is also the item I wanted to pull.
Okay.
And there were 2 purchase orders very briefly. The first one was for Marriott Hotels and Resorts for roughly $15,000. It was explained that the reason why they couldn't do the 100-year celebration at Ventura College was because there's food and it's 120 people. Just wondering, I'm going to, of course, support it, but if we can look inward, local Poinsettia Pavilion, other facilities that stay in the city of Ventura versus a, multinational company. That's just one point of interest. And then the other one was for Catelli Technical Consulting for $120,000 for fire, life, and safety. I had a question why 114 was used. And the response, which I understand, but I just have a follow-up, was Fund 114 is the general fund unrestricted designated, which includes board-approved uses of reserves. Does that mean we're now flipping the script and considering 114 reserves?
It has been used for board-approved reserves for probably 10 years. As you go back and look through the budget book, the approved use of reserves has been allocated to 114 for about a decade.
But it's actually going through a program need, if that makes sense.
It does not, but we're going to do this. We'll talk about it later for respect of everyone.
Well, and we're going to have a board study session on June 2nd, and that would be a good question to entertain at that time.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So with that, ready to vote.
Can I make a comment?
Of course.
To respond to your question, anytime we have an event with more than 150 people, there's no place in Santa Paula, Ventura, that we could use for that purpose. So this is the same as the February 28th event that we held in the Crown Plaza. It was for 300 people, 225 RSVP. We have no capacity in any other place. The State of the College is one of the many events planned for the centennial, and hopefully it's a luncheon for the community, for our partners, for elected officials, for our district and college leadership. We're inviting 250. So the PO that you see is for 250 attendees, but as you know, RSVPs will be less and attendees will be less, so the PO will be adjusted for that. But again, we look at options everywhere in our service area, and we only have two options, the Marriott and the Crown Plaza, anytime we plan for something beyond 120 people.
Okay, thank you. So student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. 10.04, trustee Paczewski.
Actually, my questions to that were indeed answered late this afternoon. And so I move that we approve 10.04. Second.
Okay, so moved by trustee Paczewski, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Any discussion? Okay, student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passes. 10.06, trustee Paczewski.
Yes, I have at least one question regarding the $10 million bid to renovate the Moore Park College Administrative Building. I've noticed when I've been on campus at Moore Park College that, and I've heard from constituents who were uncomfortable with the fact that in multiple buildings, there are multi-user, all-gender restrooms. And so while I looked at the plans, and the plans seemed to indicate that the administration building will have multi-user single-sex restrooms, I'd like to confirm that all of the restrooms in the renovated building will in fact be multi-user single-sex restrooms.
The bathrooms in the restrooms in the renovated building will not all be multi-user single-sex bathrooms.
That's not what the plans indicate.
At this point in time, there are some that are actually bathrooms, and there's one that isn't.
Okay, well, the plans didn't reflect that. Okay, well, that answers my question. Did anybody have any others? I'd like to make a motion.
Okay,
I move that we approve agenda item 10.06 on the condition that Moore Park College administration change all multi-user all gender restrooms back to multi-user single-sex restrooms. including in the renovated building.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second for the sake of conversation.
Okay,
And I guess my question would be, how many restrooms of that nature are there on the Moore Park College campus?
Then how many? 4? How many multi-user bathrooms do we have on campus? Right. At the zoo?
You're going to respond?
Yeah, all gender. Yeah, all gender.
So I'm aware of the all-gender restrooms in the AC building, the Academic Center building on the second floor. I know the library's looked into it, but we do not have any in the library. We have a couple of spots where there's a single bathroom that's multi-gender.
That's not a point
right?
in question.
So what's the question?
The question is, no, the motion is that we approve the $10 million bid on the condition that the multi-user all-gender restrooms on the Moore Park College campus be turned back into multi-user single-sex restrooms. That's the motion.
okay, any further discussion? Okay, so let's take a roll call vote. Student
make it-
trustee,
Hold on. Did you have something that could be helpful?
Yeah, I think my background is in architecture and there are building codes that are required to have
No, they're not.
different bathrooms in different jurisdictions of California. Worth checking.
So my understanding is that if there's a single user restroom, then it must be any gender, all gender, correct? And I think Trustee Pachowski is speaking to multi-user restrooms,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
So that's multi-stall, thank you. Not a one-holer, right? As we would call it. Not a single hole. Many toilets, urinals, what have you.
Quite literally on the second floor of the AC building, there's restrooms literally across like 3 feet across the hall from each other. One says, multi-user all gender restroom, stalls only. And the other one says, multi-user all gender restroom, stalls and urinals. And quite frankly, it's a little ridiculous, in my opinion.
okay, so we have a motion on the table, and so the motion on the table is, and I want to make sure it's captured correctly, so also Michelle, if you capture it, just to ensure. So we have a motion that trustee Pachowski put on the table where he wants to approve the 10.06 on the condition that the multi-user all gender restrooms are now restroom multi-user single user, single sex user. So it was
Like the ones on the first and third floor.
like the ones in the, okay.
Where are we in this process with this bid as far as schedule for breaking ground and so forth?
So we're gonna, well, I'll go ahead and let you answer, and then we're gonna take the vote and just.
Well, it's
to see-
important because I'm curious if we have more time to have a thorough discussion about this instead of. I see Dr. Sakano saying no. There's some urgency.
The decision by June,
Mhm.
or else we will lose the millions of dollars that we got from the state.
By June what?
Jennifer, what day in June is June 30th.
Okay. Chancellor McLennan.
Thank you. I would just urge the board, as you're having this discussion, to think about what the item is for approval versus perhaps a policy decision or some other conversation that's much larger than the actual board, the agenda item that's being discussed right now. You're now extending a project approval recommendation to a policy recommendation campus-wide about bathrooms. That issue is not agendized, and I would just be really cautious about essentially forming policy through the approval of a building without agendizing that as a specific topic. The need for the building isn't going to change irrespective of where the board goes, either with its legal requirements, its regulatory requirements, or its ultimate decisions around policy about bathrooms.
So,
Chair Torres, I would ask Trustee Pachowski to pull his motion and urge you to table the item until we've had a chance to for more elaborate discussion, which we can have next month to our regular scheduled meeting in time for the June 30th deadline.
so we would have to have authority of the board to want to be able to table it. So we do have a motion, but also I do have legal.
That is a friendly amendment. Move the table.
Okay, so I know we have legal counsel just to make sure that as a board, we're addressing things appropriately. And so we now have a motion that was removed, and it was seconded by Trustee Lichtel. And so what we have now is that they're asking for it to be tabled, so without the proposed changes. So we have 10.06, which is motion by Trustee Lichtel asking for it to be tabled, is seconded by Trustee Lichtel. And so now it's going to come to a vote for the board. If the board is wishing to table it, you have the choice to say, no, I'm in agreement with supporting it to move forward, so we're able to meet the deadline that we have President Sokono saying that it's an urgent. And so I know that there's been times when we want to have that opportunity to discuss certain items, but there's also times where we just have to be able to support in terms of what's occurring within the participatory governance process. There's a facilities team at the district level, and please correct me if I'm wrong at any time, that vets and goes through this process very much, gives it a really good look in terms of what's needed, gets approved, and then it comes to us as a board. And there's times where we're able to actually table, get more information so the board feels comfortable with making a decision based on with the information needed. So I know Trustee Chancellor and Trustee Mantooth haven't spoken, so I do want to be able to allow you to speak on what your thoughts are in terms of should we table this or should we vote on it tonight based on information that we're hearing from our trustees and also President Sokono. And so this is discussion. We have the first and a second, so open for discussion. Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've been watching this item for like 5+ years with the matching funds from the state, and it was a prioritized project. And, you know, I remember the lengthy reports that the health centers involved in this building. I know my last visit to Moore Park College, the foundation director was really excited about this project. I agree with the chancellor wholeheartedly. I also agree with you, but I think we need to address this through policy. Changing I don't know if it would be a placard, but what is signage. Okay, thank you. The signage outside of a bathroom through a policy for me is the way to go. What's not the way to go is to risk state matching dollars. I think it was 6 million. I don't know what it was, but it was a lot in any shape or form. Like, even if we're getting anywhere near risking those state dollars to get this building completed, to me is a very dangerous place to be. So whatever it takes to approve this item, I'm in full support of moving it forward tonight. I also completely support you, and I don't know if it would go through PASS or admin services or both, or if it takes support for this item, I'm ready to ask our chair, say, put that policy on our next board meeting in June, and let's talk about it. But to me, it's a separate issue. Signage is an easy, thank you for that. Signage is an easy one. Getting this building and moving forward is the big priority for me.
Trustee
What
Mantooth.
kind of information to the chancellor? What's I going to ask? Would that be a pass committee issue, chancellor, or would that be an ASC committee?
Question. Yeah, it would, I mean, that would, from my point of view, be.
I'm just asking.
Okay, Trustee Mantooth.
I concur with our chancellor and with Trustee Chancellor. And if I had to bet a little money, I'd say the outcome's going to be the same if we wait till June. So let's not hold up the approval of this project, and let's focus on the issue in another way.
Thank you. So right now, the motion that we have is to table it. So that's what sits in front of us. So we have a motion that was made by trustee Paczewski and seconded by trustee Lichtel to table 10.06. So student trustee, how do you vote? Okay. Roll call vote, Michelle?
No, we'll move it forward.
No.
No. Okay,
Chair Torres,
thank you,
I make-
trustee Lichtel.
I make a motion that we approve 10.06 as submitted.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve 10.06 by trustee Lichtel, seconded by trustee Paczewski. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. 10.07, trustee Paczewski.
Move to approve 10.07.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion made by trustee Paczewski, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Any discussion? Okay, student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. 10.14. Trustee Paczewski.
The questions I had on this item were answered late this afternoon, so I move that we approve it.
Okay, so moved by trustee Paczewski. Is there a second? Seconded by trustee Mantooth. Any discussion? Okay, student trustee, how do you vote? Okay, trustees in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, so motion passes. 10.14. The second was trustee Mantooth. Welcome. With this, we are now moving to our curriculum. So we have 11.01, trustee Paczewski.
Yes, I move we approve everything except ICA M44B. I move that we approve everything on the Moore Park College curriculum with the exception of ICA M44B.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the curriculum 11.01 with the exception of ICA M44B. Is there motion made by trustee Paczewski? Is there a second? Okay, given that there is no second, we move now to 11.01. Is there a motion to support the curriculum?
Motion to approve items 11 point, well, no, we can't do that because of the pulling of the items. I'll make a motion to approve item 11.01.
Is there a second? Okay, so moved by trustee Mantu, seconded by trustee Chancellor. Discussion? Okay, student trustee, how do you vote? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Thank you. 11.02, trustee Paczewski.
Move to approve 11.02.
Okay, trustee Paczewski moves to approve. Is there a sec?
I do want to point out to the board that the reason I pulled all three curriculum items is because, again, I'll renew my objection to the fact that we keep putting the curriculum on the consent calendar. This should not be, that should not be a consent calendar item. It should always be agendized for action, not on the consent calendar.
Thank you, trustee Paczewski. Is there a second to approve 11.02? Okay. So we have a motion made by trustee Paczewski, seconded by trustee Mantooth. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. 11.03, we do have a public comment who's been patiently waiting, James Walker, to be able to speak on the item.
Good evening, Board President, Trustees, Chancellor, and esteemed colleagues. My name is James Walker, the Athletic Director, Kinesiology, Health Education Instructor, Curriculum Committee Member, Academic Senator, and also originator of the Kinesiology and ICA curriculum that was pulled. I'm here today to respectfully underscore the vital role of the Board within the framework of the 10+1 academic and professional matters as defined by Title V and AB 1725. While the Board holds ultimate responsibility for the governance of the district, in matters of curriculum, including the establishment of prerequisites and the placement of courses within disciplines, we rely on mutual agreement on the recommendations of the Academic Senate. Curriculum is the academic heart of our colleges. Decisions regarding prerequisites and course placement directly impact student success, transferability, and equity. These determinations are made through rigorous, faculty-driven processes rooted in both subject matter expertise and sound pedagogical practice. Faculty are uniquely qualified to lead this work because they bring both the academic preparation and lived classroom experiences necessary to design and deliver instruction. This principle is not only practical, it's foundational and deeply rooted in the history of American higher education, where faculty governance over curriculum has long been recognized as essential to academic freedom and institutional quality. By honoring the campus process, the board helps preserve academic integrity and ensures the students receive the highest quality education possible. As you continue your oversight role, I urge you to support a transparent and respectful partnership with faculty, one that keeps our shared governance structure strong and affirms the 10+1 framework, not only in policy, but in everyday practice. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to California's community college students.
Thank you, James. So we have, it was pulled by Trustee Pacheski.
Yeah, I
Trustee
had
Pacheski.
a couple questions on different things on this.
Okay.
I noticed that there were numerous course approvals for Ventura College that are titled work experience in a particular field of study. I asked the question, I don't think I received an answer. I wanted to understand how these would compare to an independent study class, which is, I realize that's typically at the upper division level at a four-year university, but I wanted to understand the difference between the two types of classes, how our course, I want to understand how our courses in this respect differ from what would be a typical independent study.
Okay.
I see our academic VP from Ventura College coming to the microphone. They're distinctly different, but I'll let Gregory go ahead and explain that.
Thank you for, excuse me, thank you for the inquiry, trustee. These courses are essentially internship courses. The courses provide direct work experience and skill development for students. Each internship work study learning experience looks different based on the individual student's goals. So they're set up differently for each of the students. The college used to provide two separate internship courses, V95, which is non-paid, and V96, which is paid. So the state's Title V requirements changed. So now the name of the courses was required to be renamed to Work Experience Education, WEE. So there's no longer a distinction between the paid and the unpaid under our current curriculum. So all the courses at all three colleges for every discipline that previously had internship courses needed to be updated and changed. So
I'll tell you, just to explain it a little bit more, maybe. When I went to UCLA, I did a political science independent study in the study course in the fall of '92. I was working in politics, and interestingly, the only real requirement that I had was that at the end of the quarter, I had to write a paper. And depending on the number of units I wanted for the independent study course, the professor said 4 units was 10 pages, 8 units was 20, and I opted for the 8 units and 20 pages. There was no certain number of hours that were required during time, and I just kind of, like I said, I just want to understand better what this particular line of coursework is and how and how it compares.
I think that's my response to that. So I might have our co-chair respond, but I think that the scrutiny and rigor expected of the colleges from the state chancellor's office around these is very, very clear, and it's our need to respond to those demands. Dorothy, what else would you add to that?
So yes, as the curriculum co-chair for Ventura College, this is in response to our AP 4103, So Title V requirements changed for internship courses, where prior we had to have a separate course and a separate requirement for unpaid internships. For every unit of credit, they had to work 60 hours unpaid. For the paid internship courses, it was 75 hours per 1 unit of credit. Title V changed the requirements. We at the college, amongst the 3 campuses, worked all last year on the AP 4103, determined that the district requirement would be 54 hours per unit of credit. Title V made the distinction that there is no longer an unpaid versus paid. So we needed to inactivate all of our previous internship courses. And at Ventura College, we decided to make the designation of the V96, which was formerly the paid internship, to be the work experience education in whichever discipline was offering it. And again, we went completely off of the Title V requirements as to how many units maximum they can take, repeatability options, etc. And the content itself is not similar to an independent project type course, which we do have some of those at some of our campuses. It is not the same. This is students are employed in the industry, whether paid or unpaid. That is part of the discipline. There are limitations on enrollment. Most limitations are they must have completed courses within the discipline, whether it's architecture, whether it is business, and have met with department chair to go over what would be the requirements for the units that they would receive for this course.
Thank you very much.
So any further discussion? Okay, so trustee Pacheski?
I think we still have to address the issue of the AA in sports management. So I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the Ventura College curriculum with the exception of the AA in sports management so that we can discuss that.
Okay, so trustees, we have a motion on the table to approve the curriculum for Ventura College with the exception of the sports management associates in arts degree. Is there a second?
I have a question. Couldn't you make a motion to approve all of them? And then we would still open it up for discussion?
That's what I thought I did.
I thought you pulled.
You pulled one of the programs, but we can do that and then open up for discussion.
Okay, then I'll make the motion that we approve that we, well, no, I don't want to, I don't want to do that.
Then we'll wait and see if it.
Okay,
I'll second it.
The process forward.
okay. So we have a motion made by trustee Pacheski to move forward the approval of the Ventura College curriculum with the exception of the sports management associates in arts degree, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote?
A separate vote for to approve. Okay,
Mhm.
aye, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
absolutely. Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so motion moves forward, and so now we are going to discuss the sports management and associates in arts degree. Trustee Pacheski.
We started to briefly discuss this earlier this evening. Go ahead.
How can we talk about it if we don't have a motion? So just to make it cleaner, can I make a motion to approve
That's correct.
the course? Okay. I'll make
Okay.
a motion to approve the course at question. I don't have the title of it.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table by trustee Chancellor to approve the sports management associates in arts degree, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Okay. Discussion.
Chair Torres, again, we voted on this last meeting. And under Robert's Rules of Order, this shouldn't even be coming up.
So we had the conversation right before the closed session, but we do have our attorney here present. Rachel, I saw your hand up. Okay, so Matthew, we're going to go ahead and say we do have an attorney. As soon as you're done speaking, we'll be able to go to our legal counsel to be able to let us know as we speak more about our parliamentary procedure that we have.
So per Robert's Rules of Order, bringing a motion back that's been previously struck down, if you bring it back at the next meeting, that's perfectly acceptable, but I'll leave it to the attorney.
Okay, if we can please have our attorney go to the mic and be able to speak. I know we spoke about it earlier today, but since the item's back here at the dais, we can have the conversation.
Good evening again.
Is the mic on? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Can you hear me now? Good.
Yes.
Okay, so good evening again, members of the board. As we discussed earlier this evening, the board has the discretion and control to decide how it wants to function as a board. There's no external rule which prohibits the board from acting in a manner consistent with its mission to serve the public interest of educating students. And on that basis, and the point made about Robert's Rules of Order just a moment ago, it is acceptable to bring back a failed motion, especially in light of the fact that one of your board members wasn't here to participate in the full discussion and vote. And so if the board deems it appropriate to proceed, it can certainly do so. There's no law which says you cannot do so. So from a pure legal perspective, there's nothing unlawful about proceeding forward with the vote.
Thank you very much. So it's open for discussion. Should anybody want to discuss it? Otherwise, we do have a motion on the table.
Respectfully, Chair Torres, Robert's Rules states very clearly that once a decision's been made, it must be the only way it can be brought back up is with a motion to reconsider, and that must be done at the same meeting by someone that voted on the prevailing side. We do not have that here. This was not previously voted on in this meeting, and therefore I challenge the ruling of the chair.
So we don't have in-board policy specific stated how we're going to conduct in terms of our parliamentary procedure. Should we have had it in board policy, then what you're saying would stand. So we have our legal counsel. We had a trustee who was present during that meeting, but due to an emergency, he had to leave. Prevailing would be that we have 3 board members who voted on April 8th, and let's say trustee Chancellor is saying, I want to reconsider. At that point, it was prevailing if we would have had 3 votes. But we didn't. We had 2 votes in favor, 2 opposed, therefore it dies.
In which case,
But if there is no prevailing.
prevailing side.
There is no prevailing. So what it
Yes,
is
prevailing
we have trustee Chancellor who wasn't part of the conversation to be able to bring it forward. We have legal counsel to be able to provide us insight to ensure that we're following things the way we've done it in the past. What we can do moving forward is to be able to look at a policy and to be able to be very specific of what parliamentary procedure we're going to use. Absent that, there isn't anything that says that because of Robert's Rules of Order. So we do have other board members here to be able to speak on it. We heard from our legal counsel that the board is the one that decides. We had a board member who was absent. So it's important to also just hear from the board, see what their thoughts are. But did you want to speak?
I just had a question for Michael. Say in some future place, the board has decided that they're going to be strict adherence to a version of Robert's Rules of Order as their parliamentary process. Based on what you just told me, they could still decide as a board, even though they have that as a procedural mechanism to guide their decision-making, to suspend that and do something different.
Absolutely, if that's what the board decides is appropriate, then it's, and as I mentioned initially too, there is a law in the education code, it's 70902, which says the board can essentially decide to do whatever it feels like it needs to do to further its purpose as a community college district. So if the board does deem it appropriate under the circumstances to proceed in a certain manner, then it can do so.
Okay,
That's a long way of saying yes.
thank you. Trustee Mantooth?
I would say we have legal counsel here in attendance with a number of years of experience in education law, citing the education code. And, we need to be mindful of that. And it begs an expression that keeps coming to mind. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. And we need to use this as an object lesson as we move forward. But based upon what legal counsel has opined tonight, I think you should call for the vote and let's be done with it.
Okay.
And if there is an objection or some further procedure that one of the trustees wants to use and believes it's legal to do, then let that play itself out.
Okay. So we do have a motion on the table to approve the sports management associate's art degree. It was motion made by trustee Chancellor. It was seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote? This is to approve it. Roll call vote. Michelle, please.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye. Thank you. Trustee Chancellor.
You know, we had a lot of public comment tonight and a lot of people show up, not just in support of these courses and curriculum and opportunities for students, but, you know, we as trustees, we're here to make sure that students get the certificates and degrees that they need to do. And we have to make sure that there's classrooms, faculty, everyone there to make sure it happens. But we also need to be mindful that we have to pivot. We have to build new courses. We have to build new programs. We have to be relevant. We have to fulfill statutory requirements to make sure our courses are transferable and meeting state needs. And I just don't want anyone in the audience to feel like, what's the point? I just thank you for the countless hours that have been shared with us as a board, for the work that has gone into updating courses, creating new courses, writing new courses, collaborating, working together, because it's not easy. And I don't want anyone to just kind of put their hands up and be like, why invest these hours, countless hours in time? So I just wanted to say that as one trustee.
Thank you, trustee Chancellor. We have 12.04, trustee Paczewski.
I did receive the answer to my question on that, so I move that we approve 12.04.
Okay, okay. So we have motion made by trustee Paczewski to approve 12.04, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. 12.07, trustee Paczewski.
I got the answer for that one as well. Move to approve 12.07.
Second.
Okay, so 12.07, motion made by trustee Paczewski, seconded by trustee Lichtel. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Point of order. I noticed that we pulled 10 items, and I think 5 of them we had responses to. I'm wondering if in the future, if we could, when we make a motion to approve the consent calendar, absent those 10, if we could put those other ones back that we got our answers to along the way, so that we don't have to go through the exercise of doing.
I didn't have the list.
Okay. So
Okay, that's a good-
just as board members, just so we're more efficient, we can keep that in mind.
That's a good point. Thank you, trustee Lichtel. Okay, so 13.01, there were no board policies. 14.01, there's no items under Chancellor's office. I do. And so we do have now a hearing, a public hearing. So this is a time and place designated for the public hearing to open the public comment period on temporary construction easement and permanent easement to the Southern California Edison Company for electric utility infrastructure to support electric vehicle charging stations at Moorpark College. I declare the public hearing is now open.
Thank you. This public hearing was noticed in a local paper as well as posted on our district lobby and website.
Does anyone present have any comments on the proposed easement? If so, please state your name and address prior to making your comments. Okay. Are there any written comments or requests for further public hearing on file, Michelle? Okay. After hearing no public comments on temporary construction easement and permanent easement to Southern California Edison Company for electric utility infrastructure to support electric vehicle charging stations at Moore Park College, I declare the public hearing closed.
Chair Torres,
Trustee Lichto.
I move that we approve item 15 point. Do we have to make a motion here? It's late.
Yes.
Yes.
Um,
Okay. 15.02, I believe.
Yes.
As submitted.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, so we have motion made by Trustee Lichto, seconded by Trustee Mantooth. Any discussion? Okay, student trustee, oh,
I just have a quick question here. How does, aside from potentially providing students with locations to charge electric vehicles on campus, how exactly does the district benefit from having that? Is there a financial incentive to the district for placing these chargers? Are we subsidizing the chargers to provide lower rates to the people that are charging their vehicles? What are the economics of this project?
Chancellor McLennan.
Our newly minted Dr. Mitchell has an answer for you.
Thank you. So the district will, as we get closer to the installation of the actual charging stations, we will work with the vendor to look at our current electrical cost. It's based off of rate and usage, and then we'll come up with a cost that will not burden the district. But we do want to offer the services to our community and to our students at the lowest possible rate without taking on that burden. So that would be the intent.
So basically offering it to whoever's charging their electric vehicles at cost.
That's our intent, yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, motion passes. 15.03,
Move to approve 15.03.
moved by trustee Pacheski. Is there a second? Seconded by trustee Mantooth. Any discussion?
Yes, same question, same situation?
Yes,
Oh,
for all of our
thank
charging
you.
stations, yes.
Okay. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, motion passes. 15.03. 15.04.
Second.
Okay, motion made by trustee Mantu, seconded by trustee Pacheski. Any discussion? Okay, student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. 15.05.
Move to approve as submitted.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, so moved by trustee Lichto, seconded by trustee Pacheski. Discussion? Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. 15.06.
Move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Okay, motion made by trustee Lichto, seconded by trustee Pacheski. Discussion? Trustee Chancellor.
I know it's getting late. I have a list of reasons why a cell phone tower, but I just want to remind my trustees, the location of this is going to be extremely close to the new student housing that is in the works at Ventura College. I can go over health and safety concerns regarding young adults and students are more vulnerable to biological effects from electromagnetic fields, uncertainty around long-term exposure to RF radiation, ethical concerns from housing students, including minors in close proximity to potentially hazardous infrastructure. I can go on and on about the list, but here's the big picture. I brought this up at admin services. I don't think anyone in this room, if they had a choice to put a cell phone tower up near their home, would take that. If they said, do you want it or you don't? I think overwhelmingly the answer would be like, no, I don't want to look at it. I don't want to be near it. I don't want to hear the equipment that runs, perhaps the generators for backup power, other things. I don't need it. We're not in the business to selling off certain parts of our land to make, I think the number was 20, correct me if I'm wrong, 2,300 a month, which is, yeah, $2,693, which is 0.004 of the general fund at Ventura College. I can't find one good reason why we need this at Ventura College. So I plead with you for the benefit of future students that are going to be living in this student housing, to protect them for safety reasons, but also for ethical reasons and for just maybe looking out their window and not seeing a cell phone tower. Maybe they can look at Two Tree Hill without an obstruction. So those are my comments at this point in time.
Chair Torres.
Trustee Licto.
I always appreciate your hyperbole. I think it's a little much to say that you can't think of one reason. I certainly can. We have an institution of higher learning. Students are going to rely on Wi-Fi, which I assume the cell tower will aid that. So, I mean, there are reasons. There's pros and cons here to this issue. You're passionate about the cons. I don't disagree with you necessarily. It's come to us from the college. They have, I don't know how long the cell tower has been in place. There's a request to continue it. It's gone through the process, and I'm being consistent here. It's gone through the process just like curriculum did. I had questions. You have questions. I am happy that you're asking your questions, and at some point we're all going to vote. So I think just to say that there are no reason to have the cell towers isn't totally accurate. That's a little much, though I don't disagree with you. We don't want our students looking out at a cell tower, but it's there. So I heard Mr. Zavas at our meeting tell us that there were no building code violations related to the cell tower, that it is the requisite number of feet away from either residential or where students may gather, I assume. So it complies with that. I don't like the cell towers. They're kind of like our new world. And I think it will enhance the campus from the standpoint of connectivity. It's going to help. So, I mean, based on that, I'm inclined to voting yes. Based on what you're saying, I could see myself voting no. But let's have a conversation.
Chair.
Trustee
One of the
Chancellor.
things, I appreciate that, Trustee Lichtel. One of the things I mentioned early on in this process, does it need to be at this location? I believe by the police station, there is another cell phone tower there. Has the effort and time been placed into relocating this? I understand there might be connectivity challenges, but there are other locations, not on a higher ed institution or on a campus. And I would leave it up to the cell phone carriers to, in this case, I believe T-Mobile, to work with other locations to figure that out. But it doesn't need to be on a college campus. And just because it has been, doesn't mean it needs to be in the future.
I agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to hear from Dr. Habib, if it's appropriate, about the fiscal impact this would have on your campus if this wasn't approved.
I will defer to Vice President Savas. He probably has more information on the funding, but yes, it's a source of revenue. But I'm more interested on the impact on connectivity mostly.
On the what? I'm sorry, connectivity.
On
Thank you.
campus, and that will be for IT to probably enlighten us.
Okay.
The
but
only thing that I
your
can offer-
opinion is that absent the cell tower, that connectivity on campus would be diminished, and that would impact our students'
Yeah,
learning.
yeah,
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Zavas, you're up.
Thank you, James, for coming up to speak. Appreciate it.
All right, good evening again. So as far as the fiscal impact, this is something, it's one of the leases we have that generates revenue. It does go to support a lot of our campus activities, particularly our co-curricular with athletics. So that's one of the areas we used to get a lot of money out of bookstores back when textbooks were big. That's actually something that has diminished. And so other leases, other sources of revenue, while this isn't a very large source, do go a long way in supporting those programs. And so that is something that we look at. I think, an average, one of our smaller teams, it gets around $3,000 a year for co-curricular support, being able to transportation, meals for students, which we're required to provide. when they're competing out of town. So that support, a lot of that does come from these types of things. So
So in total, it's about $30,000 more or less?
thereabouts.
Okay. I appreciate that. Unless there's other questions for Mr. Zavas, I'd like to hear from our student trustee.
So
And
are there any
her
other,
opinion.
are there any other questions, trustees, that you may have? But if not, we,
I just have a
Trustee-
point of clarification.
trustee Chancellor.
I agree with you. Sources of revenues are important for the Ventura College. $32,316 out of $70 million general fund for Ventura College is 0.04%. So we're not talking about a large number here. I know every dollar counts, but you know, it's a very, very small number. I just want to
So our student trustee wanted to speak, and then we have trustee Paczewski.
You for putting me on the spot, but
It's your last meeting.
I am prepared with an answer. I do want to say that I'm in support of approving this because I am here for the students' learning, and hearing that it will affect connectivity is a concern for me without the cell tower. Again, I want students to be set up for success, especially if that means and without this connectivity, then there will be a lack of student success. And again, I have not heard any concerns from students. We spoke about this, I think, a couple months ago in STAC. Unfortunately, we didn't have a STAC meeting this month, but again, I have not heard any concerns from students, and just bringing the student perspective and wanting student success. I'm in support of approving this item. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Paczewski.
Josh, I understand your concern. At the same time, it may be different out in Ventura, but I know that when 5G came to Simi Valley, basically we were told that the city was choosing to place 5G towers on the municipal light poles. So I'm not quite sure. I've got a light pole right in front of my house. I don't know if I have one. I don't know if there's one directly on there or not, but you know, I've also seen where, you know, where you don't have a connection in certain places, and that's tough. And I'd hate to have our students not have that connectivity, and that's the most important thing on this. At the same time, I believe the cell tower location is relatively close in proximity to the football stadium. And I can tell you that I've been to many a football game at the Rose Bowl, and until you've seen, you know, 50 or 60,000 people all trying to access an internet connection on their cell phone, not being able to get one, it gets maddening, and I just don't want to see that happen either. And so, but the bigger concern is connectivity for the students, and so I'll be voting yes on this.
Chair Torres, I asked that we call for the question.
Actually, I wanted to
Sure.
give student trustee Manto the opportunity to speak.
I just have a question. And I have to preface that by admitting I did not scrutinize the contract closely. Most contracts have a termination clause or an escape clause. For example, if it were later to be found that the operation of the cell phone tower proved to be a risk to health, or the technology became so outdated that it was unnecessary, do we have such a escape clause in the contract?
I'm going to have to dive into the contract and look to see. So give me a moment.
So as we're waiting, I can, as we have Dr. Mitchell looking, I just wanted to share something, and then I can hear from you. To me, it's really important, the health of the students. What I heard from trustee Chancellor is that there could be possibly another location that this tower can be relocated to still have that connectivity, because we have student housing. If we didn't have, so before we had the tower, but there was no student housing, and if I'm a student at Ventura College, then I'm just there for a little bit and then I go home. But if we have students in the student housing, I'm concerned about what trustee Chancellor was mentioning. So I am very interested in noting, just like what trustee Mantu said, if we do have that escape clause, so should we find out that there's some risk to our students, that we're able to escape from it, to escape from it, that would be important for me to know. And I'm wondering if we don't have this information right now, if this is something that could be tabled for next month to give you the opportunity to look to see if that would be possible, because I know to me that that would be important as we move forward in this work. Trustee Chancellor, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to pose, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think this contract is just for T-Mobile. And so right then and there, when we talk about student connectivity, we're making an assumption that all our students are connected to T-Mobile, A. B, we've invested millions in Wi-Fi on Ventura College. I would imagine a lot of our students, when they're on campus, they're going to depend on their first source of connectivity, the Wi-Fi. I would imagine most of our students, when they're in the student housing, when it comes to connectivity, they're going to be connected to Wi-Fi, not T-Mobile on this tower. Perhaps, maybe, but, and I'm not a communication expert. I don't know, but I think when we sometimes make blanket statements that, well, student connectivity is at the forefront, I agree with that, but a lot of students probably won't be utilizing this tower, yet they all will stare at it. Every student that looks out their window in that student housing will look at it. So,
Chair Torres?
Trustee Lichtel.
Can I pose a question to Dr. Watkins on his birthday at 10:28 p.m.? Is that the way that works, or can all devices, will all devices be able to, because I think this is in your area, will all devices be able to use the connectivity from that cell tower, or is it going to be limited just to particular?
So looking at the contract, a lot of time these cell towers have multiple telcos using that cell tower. So while it might be the T-Mobile's a subsidiary, it doesn't mean that there won't be AT&T and
Right.
Verizon and T-Mobile on that cell tower. The other thing is we do, Trustee Chancellor is correct, we do has spent a significant amount of our infrastructure budget on maintaining, upgrading our wireless infrastructure. We do have dead spots we don't have our entire campus covered with Wi-Fi. A lot of times the cell towers help extend that coverage. And then if we do have a Wi-Fi or network outage, it does provide that secondary resource where, and then I will also say, I think somebody brought up, I think you may have brought up the football games and the amount of people trying to connect to Trustee Pachowski. When the Wi-Fi signals that you do get, a lot of students will turn off their Wi-Fi and connect to cell because 5G sometimes is faster than the Wi-Fi we're able to provide at that point in time. So the answer, like our lawyer, it depends and all those situations, but it does extend it. It is a source that our students use, and it does supplement our Wi-Fi network.
Okay.
Okay.
Chair Torres.
Scheme.
I just want, I've got a little bit of experience in this field as well, simply because I spent 8.5 years working for Best Buy. And we frequently dealt with all of the carriers. And at this point, it wasn't always the case. When Sprint was in existence, Sprint was on their own network, which didn't play real nice with Verizon and AT&T. But at this point in time, basically all the three major carriers have interoperability with one another. That said, looking at the contract, I am a little bit concerned because the contract seems to give preferential terms to the tenant and not the landlord. Section 2, term of the lease is hereby amended to include, in addition to the 4 renewal terms as referenced in the lease is hereby amended to include 4 additional successive terms of 5 years each. Each renewal term shall be deemed automatically extended unless tenant notifies landlord of its intention not to renew the lease at least 30 days prior to the commencement of the succeeding term. There is no provision in that section, or from what I can see, any other section of the contract for the landlord to terminate the contract. So in respect for time, unless there's something pressing, I think maybe we should table this until next month.
Okay. Is it something that we can still, is it urgent? Can we table that? Is it urgent that we vote on it today?
I would expect that the two individuals that made the motion and the second would need to rescind them if we're going to go in that direction.
It seems like I mean, it says here, the first additional renewal term shall commence June 4th of 27. I'm looking for a start date.
That would be the start date for the first additional renewal term.
Yeah, so I think we've got a little bit of time. So,
Valerie shaking her head.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
asked at ASC as well. And yes, we do have until June 27th.
so, I think I seconded that motion.
You made the motion and trustee.
So I'll withdraw my motion and make a
Mhm.
new motion that we table this item until
Until I get
future.
clarification, because it is an amendment to the original contract. So the amendment is what is before us right now. So I need to go back and look at the original contract, right?
Yeah, and
That's-
so,
That's what's
and
not available to me, sorry.
yeah, and let's make sure that we have that we do have an out clause.
And trustee Pacheski, you need to second it because you have seconded the motion.
Absolutely.
And you second to, okay. So we have a motion to table and by trustee Licton, seconded by trustee Pacheski. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, how do you vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we will table 15.06 until next month. So there's no items on 16.01 for human resources. And this one's actually a really nice one, institutional effectiveness. And this is where we have all of our candidates that are going to be graduating from our 3 colleges next week. So
Chair Torres, would you like to make the motion, or we would like our student to
we'll
make that motion?
have our student trustee
Okay.
make the motion.
Congratulations to all of the candidates that are graduating this spring, and I will make the motion to approve items 17.01 through 17.03.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by trustee Pacheski. So motion made by student trustee Whalen, seconded by trustee Pacheski. Student trustee, how do you vote? Trustees, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There, I'm sure there's no opposed. So motion passes 17.01 to 17.03. We are so proud of all of our students that are graduating. We celebrate with them their successes and their families. So this is the best part of our job, to be able to actually approve all of the wonderful degrees they're going to be receiving. It's a huge accomplishment, and I am so looking forward to next week because it's really what it reminds us of everything we do, the joy. So I think we need a little bit of that uplifting, and our students are really good about bringing that uplifting when we're out there with their colleges. So with this, we do have 18.01 Chancellor's Report.
Thank you. I just a couple items very quickly. I just want to thank the board for taking the time to participate in the board study session last on our district-wide strategic planning. As you will recall, our 2 consultants who were facilitating the conference or the meeting took fastidious notes, and all of that information is being presented to the Planning Commission tomorrow. Planning Commission will be meeting in just a few hours at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And they will likely, hopefully, and I'm speaking to all the commission members who are in the room right now, finish their work tomorrow. And those recommendations will come to me, and then will come to the board as a result of my consideration of them in the June board meeting. So I just want to thank everybody. This has been a deeply engaging process with lots of involvement throughout not only our institutions, but throughout the community of Ventura County. And again, I appreciate the board's input. That was the purpose of the retreat, was to get input on the development to date. This is a season of celebrations. I don't think anybody in the room, including myself, has an opportunity or the possibility of getting to all of them. But boy, it sure is fun getting to as many as we can. You've heard many of them mentioned here tonight. You just approved a slate of graduates that are going to go marching on to do great things in the world. And as I look at the world around me right now, we need you. And so, please go forth and do a whole bunch of really good things. I want to thank, I'll get to Trustee Whalen in just a second, but I want to thank our students who have stuck it out tonight and throughout this year in service in your student roles. I like to share that next fall will be my 44th fall semester in higher education. And from the very beginning to today, it's always been all about the students and everything we could do to help you get wherever you need to get to fulfill your lives. And I'm very proud of the work we do here in the Ventura County Community College District and everybody in the room here who's a part of that. But especially want to thank our students for your interest in providing leadership, for your interest in letting your voice be heard, and what this policymaking board needs to hear from you in order to do the best work that they can possibly do. And then lastly, I just want to, I don't even know where to start, so I won't say a whole lot of stuff, but I had the opportunity to meet Sierra last year in the Moore Park development program, and I could tell right off the bat there was really something special about her. I know her mother's in the audience today, and I know you also know that I've made overtures to adopt Sierra, and we're still in negotiations on that. But mostly I just want to say it's okay. It's okay. Mostly I just want to say that your intellect, your disarming personality, your enormous heart, and your principled character that you bring to every single thing you do. I'll go back to my 44th fall coming up, and I'm still astonished, and I don't know why, how much I learn from the people I have the opportunity to serve, and you're right at the top of the list, so thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chancellor McLennan. So we now have our student trustee report.
You so much, everyone. I'll begin by saying thank you to the Chancellor. I think can I approve the adoption? Like, can I do that? I'm just kidding. No. But it has been such an honor. I know I said it before, but it's been such an honor to serve this year in my role as student trustee. Again, the knowledge and experience that I've gained is truly invaluable, and I know it will serve me well as I continue onto UCLA and whatever I do beyond that. But of course, my experience wouldn't be what it was without the connections I've made and the role models I've had. So first, I want to thank Chair Torres for being that role model for me. Thank you for leading with compassion and courage and being that voice for students and being that person that students can rely on. And I also want to echo the same sentiment to our Chancellor. You have been a fierce advocate for students. You have used your voice to stand up for them, and you have shown up for them. Not only all of our students in the district, but also you've shown up for me, and I greatly appreciate that. I also want to continue by thanking Miss Costello and Dr. Putnam for everything that they have done for me and how they have guided me throughout the year. I also want to thank the Associated Student Government. I've had such a great pleasure working with them. They are such amazing students, friends, and humans. And I'm sad to leave our work in stack, but I know that they will pick it up and continue to thrive in their roles or whatever they choose to do in their future. And I also, sorry, before I forget, I want to thank those that arranged the Lavender graduation and the Access graduation. Those were two just amazing events, and I know that these students, me being one of them, just were incredibly touched by the staff and faculty that showed up for students And I just want to say how much it matters to have those events and to recognize and celebrate our students with differing identities. And it was hard not to get emotional hearing from the students as they spoke during both the Lavender graduation and the Access graduation. And I'm proud to say that I will be graduating with them. And if I had the time to thank everyone that had an impact on me throughout this entire year, I would, or we'd all be here until tomorrow morning, but I'm glad that that it's not tomorrow morning, it's 10:43, but still. But truly thank you to everyone who has supported me in my role. And I know that the impact you have had on me is just a small impact compared to what you have done for all of the students in our district. I also want to bring it back to, I think it was my second official meeting where I cited, I think the first bullet point in our district mission. We base our actions on what will best serve students and the community. And I am here once again at my last board meeting to bring attention back to this. We need to continue to be a safe space for students, not just on campus, but within our curriculum. And with this being said, I want to provide some brief comments that may be relevant in future board meetings regarding curriculum. So historically, curriculum has not been inclusive and communities have been written out of education, whether it be on the basis of race, gender, ethnicity, or more. Now we are expanding curriculum to include groups that have been written out of this curriculum and therefore history. Our students deserve a curriculum that not only prepares them for upper division courses, but also curriculum that our students feel represented in. These courses excite and inspire students, and we cannot deny that experience that is so special and important in pursuing education. We have students that were here tonight that took time to show up during finals season, I want to add, to show their support for this curriculum. And I just want to state that I hope we continue to support these students, and I hope our actions show that. I also want to briefly continue by saying, for the sake of conversation, when speaking about curriculum, students or we all aren't meant to completely agree on what we learn for whatever reason that is, but that doesn't mean that the course isn't valuable and shouldn't be reviewed. But my point is that when students encounter new identities, ideas, and that friction that challenges our views as students, but also as humans, that is how we grow. And I also want to express my support for the faculty that has been involved in the curriculum process. Without hesitation, I fully support the curriculum review process and what will be what will be presented in future board meetings when I am not here. And sorry, my notes are very scattered. But I lastly want to thank the Associated Student Government. And I want to remind all of us that we are here for our students, including the Oxnard Associated Student Government President, who has shown up at every meeting, including on his own birthday, and whose statement had the only intent of ensuring students feel supported, especially of the LGBTQ plus community. And his sentiment only wanted to express his support for those students. Students, even when, and especially when presenting ideas that we may not agree with, deserve respect. And just as the academic senate president took accountability and apologized for a misunderstanding. I believe that our trustees should be held to the same standard when addressing students. So thank you, and that ends my report.
Thank you. Trustee Chancellor?
Okay, I have a couple things. I'll make it brief. It's getting late. But circling all the way back to public comment, I would like to request that a future closed session that we have an update on mediation coming up. Mediation. Okay. I'm concerned about any state-funded positions that may be at risk because we have not hired people. That also came up in public comment. Last but not least, concerned also about again, that process of courses are full. How quick are we able to pivot and open up new sections or new courses or new sections for students to make sure they get the timing right on that? Want to say thank you to our student trustee. It's been great working with you and learned a lot from you. So thank you so much. Let's see here. Yeah, thank you for the reports tonight, and including Ventura College, Moore Park, and Oxnard College. I just want to echo again, I really appreciate the highlight on counselors being positioned or placed at the high schools. I can't stress enough how much of an impact that has. And the Welcome Center at Ventura College, I was there, I think, 3 times in April, helping, and admission and records, helping my 8th grade daughter get enrolled and through that process. So it was bumpy, but we got through it, and you couldn't have done it with smiles and helpful folks that were there. And I just want to echo in regards to our Associated Student Government from Oxnard College. You know, it was tough to, well, let me backtrack. One of the things we have learned as trustees with accreditation is when something goes quote unquote wrong, we are held as trustees to respond to that. And Chair Torres, I think you did a great job on our ground rules and tone in doing that. As I sat here and watched the discomfort with our student that spoke, you know, I went, wow, that's our student. As trustees, he, I don't want to say belongs, but he's one of ours. And the tone that was exhibited towards him, it was tough to be part of. So I just want to echo how important ground rules are and how we talk to, most importantly, our students. On the other hand, I'm a father, and if that was my son and he was spoken to that way, you know, that triggered me too. So I just want to echo how important it is that we exhibit that kindness and respect to our students to show up and on a volunteer basis. So thank you for that, and congratulations to our graduates. I can't wait to go to graduation and commencements and see a lot of smiles and be smiling along with them. So thank you for everybody here and in the world of the community college district to get our students across the finish line. And thank you, students, for getting across the finish line.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. Trustee Mantooth.
I don't know what's left. Thank you, Trustee Chancellor. It's bittersweet having to say goodbye to Sierra, which I did in the hallway, told you, how disappointed I would be. It's also exciting that we're going to get to know Amir and, new bright lights in our firmament. But I would also echo Trustee Chancellor's sentiment about I just can't wait for the graduation ceremonies and we get to watch the future walk across the stage. That just drives it home. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Trustee Pachowski.
This has been a busy month. It kind of started by going to Washington, D.C. to play cheerleader for Moore Park College at the Aspen Prize ceremony. And as I've gone around my district, my area, since then, I've tried to explain to folks that it was kind of a double-edged sword. On one hand, I sure as heck wanted to walk out of there with Moore Park College winning. But at the same time, I realized something. Once you win, you can never, ever, ever win again. They don't let you do it. And so in an ideal world, Moore Park College, as well as Oxnard and Ventura, will be there in 2 years. And if they don't win again, they'll be there 2 years after that. And in my mind, there's a little bit more, I think, to be said about constant results like that than there is to be able to say, yeah, we got selected and we were a finalist one year and we won. Because at that point, you're resting on your laurels. On the other hand, if you don't win it, you've got to keep delivering again and again and again. And I'm proud of Moore Park College for being there a second time. And I look forward to being there the college being there a third time in 2 years. I got to represent the district at the Oxnard Boys and Girls Club breakfast in Oxnard, as well as the Moore Park City Hall grand opening, where I ran into Debbie Klein from Moore Park College. This past weekend, we were, as I explained to Mr. Morgan from the Moore Park Academic Senate, that all of us were at a trustees conference, and we learned quite a bit. One of the topics that I got to sit in a session on was the Brown Act, and I was actually kind of surprised because I realized from what we were told that this board almost came real close to violating the Brown Act. And I'll tell you how. Labor contracts must be approved at a regularly scheduled board meeting. But there was a point when we were trying to get the condensed calendar approved, where we had a special board meeting on our schedule tentatively, depending upon whether or not an agreement had been reachable with the AFT, and unfortunately, it didn't happen. But if it had happened, and we had that meeting, it would have been a violation of the Brown Act because contracts can only be approved at a regular meeting. We also covered topics like the 50% law, which was a new topic for me. There was also, and I was grateful for this one, there was a session on ethics, it wasn't because I didn't know the ethics. It was because I was scheduled yesterday for the VCOE ethics training here in Camarillo. And because we got that training over the weekend, I didn't have to go to that yesterday, which allowed me to go to the graduation ceremony at the Moore Park Zoo. And as I explained to Dr. Sokanu yesterday, that's why we're here. Sometimes families disagree. I do want to say that when we had our break earlier, I did walk over and I gave my card to each of the 3 academic senate leaders, because I am serious about being willing to sit down and talk with you and find some common ground. Almost finally, I don't know if you eat meat, but okay, good, because then you're always welcome to stop by my tailgate at the Rose Bowl whenever UCLA is playing a home game. You'll get the best tri-tip you've ever had. I promise you that.
We all know.
And finally, I do want to say that respect is earned. And this body was disrespected tonight, in my opinion. And I may have been over the top, and I apologize for that. But at the same time, I expect that we're not going to be treated the way we were treated in 2 of our reports. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Paczewski. Trustee Lichtel.
There'll be no late night breakfast for any of you tonight. Sorry. I too want to thank student trustee Sierra Whalen and congratulate her on her acceptance to UCLA. I noticed you and your mom had a little moment here, which I thought was really sweet. And I did tell your mom how much I appreciate the fact that you're a deep thinker and that you are always thoughtful in everything that you say. And you're really a great model for not only the students of this community, but also everyone in this room tonight. So you've been a wonderful student trustee and leader, and I wish you Godspeed today and always. Congratulations. I want to thank Dr. Laredo Habib for a very informative presentation about the progress and the next steps with the Santa Clara River Valley process. I think it's a topic that we need to revisit consistently as we move forward. Dr. Watkins, that's all I have to say about that. Happy birthday. Strategic planning, mission, vision, and goals process. I want to thank all that were involved in that process. I so appreciate the progress that you made and the fact that you were able to bring to the board what I felt was a viable mission statement and vision and goals that unfortunately we did not get to. But I really feel that the process is much more important than the outcome. And it was evident to me that the process was sound. I think the chancellor and the team did their due diligence. And I look forward to the next steps in that process and what comes back to us, hopefully soon, so that we can approve a mission statement and vision and move forward in and through 2035, I guess, is our goal there. I too want to welcome student trustee Amir Ayash. Look forward to working with him during this next calendar year. The Oxnard College President's Report, student success rates for dual enrollment. Students consistently outperform college-wide success rate, academic year, dual enrollment success rates up in the 90 and 80th percent and 89%. So very, very impressive. So keep up the great work. With that and anything we can do to expand as a board member, individual board member, I would support anything that can happen that would expand and move dual enrollment forward in a positive manner. Really excited about the graduations. I plan to be at the Moore Park graduation and the Oxnard graduation if everything goes well. So that's always a it's a great day, obviously. And then I want to speak to the importance of conversation and collaboration, which was really on display this evening, in my opinion, throughout most of the meeting, but particularly with item 10.06, something kind of mundane that I think really did illustrate the importance of collaboration and conversation without language that cuts individuals off. And that item had to do with the Moore Park College admin building, the seismic rehabilitation and renovation. There were some concerns, and those concerns were raised, and discussion was had, and agreement was found. It was civil and robust conversation that ensued, following several questions from board members. And I think that's the way it should be. Staff responded absent of any passive aggressive behavior or artificial outrage, and I appreciated that. There was a civil conversation around the concerns that were brought, and that's the way it should be. Disagreement is not disrespect. And I would really request that in the future, when board actions or questions are brought forward, that they're not necessarily characterized as being disrespectful, which we did hear later in the evening. When we get to that point, you know, my family fled communism for a reason. When we get to the point we can't question each other, we're in trouble. So questions posed respectfully. And again, if in any way my questioning was disrespectful, I apologize for that. Sincerely. I don't think that it was. But that opposition or that questioning or asking why things are a certain way is not disrespectful, and it should not be seen that way. And unfortunately, I think too often I have felt that that's the way it's being received. Maybe that's my issue. And if it is, then I'll deal with it. But if we're gonna move the district forward, we need to have hard conversations. We had some real hard conversations last week during our mission and vision statement, and that whole process. And you know, to some people it was more than they could tolerate, and to me it was we were doing the work. We were doing the necessary work. Sometimes the work takes a little bit of hardship and a little bit of digging in and a little bit of questioning about what we're doing, how we're doing it, why we're doing it. And quite frankly, as one board member, I'm okay with that. And I'll try never to take it personally. And again, I try never to be disrespectful. And if I've been disrespectful, you have my apology, sincerely.
Thank you, Trustee Lichtel. So, oh, Sierra, so proud of you. So proud of you. All your accomplishments, everything you're doing, even to the end, you're advocate and never leave that. That is like your best gift that you have, and continue, and you're going to finesse it as you continue going to UCLA. So I'm super proud of you for everything you have done for us here at the board, and everything you're going to be doing at UCLA, and how you're going to continue to grow in political science and be able to do some wonderful things. Very excited about graduation for our students, because really that's a highlight. So I'm really looking forward to it. And I know that everybody is too, in terms of celebrating and coming together. We had a wonderful time, I think, as trustees, being able to come together in our conference and be able to continue to bond and be able to come together as a board, as we make decisions, as we deliberate, as we look at our different items. Trustee Paczewski, thank you for being able to speak and to apologize also to our students. We're here for our students, and that means a lot, particularly because of just those opportunities to be able to engage, but also, just like to Trustee Chancellor's point, being able to just be there for them, and they come and they express themselves of what they're seeing, and we're here to listen and to support. So that's very much appreciated as well. For me, I'm looking forward to being, I'll be at Oxnard College's graduation, so I will be there. So I'll be very happy to be able to celebrate. I won't be able to be up in Torrento Moore Park's graduation, but we do have our other trustees who will be there present. I also wanted to extend a thank you to the amazing work that's been going by the Planning Commission. So I know that there's been a lot of robust conversations that you're having, a lot of difficulty with the writing. And so I appreciate very much on Monday to be able to, last Monday, to be able to be present, to be able to listen to trustees and be able to get some insight as you're continuing to do the work tomorrow morning. I hear at 8:30. So your level of commitment. So I also wanted to say how much we appreciate as you're guiding this work and as you're listening to come together with a mission and a vision statement that's going to drive our strategic goals. And as we heard tonight, we did hear from Santa Paula Latino Town Hall, how they would appreciate also the opportunity to be involved as we're developing this. And so it's more information we hear. So that's part of the Planning Commission. You have some ideas, you gather some individuals, and then we hear of other constituencies that would like to be part of it. And so we continue moving forward, but I also wanted to express my deep appreciation for everything that you do. Your work does not go unnoticed. It's very much appreciated and thanked for. So thank you very much for stepping up to doing this additional work, because I know it's a lot. We're not done yet. So we do have another item on the agenda. I know it sounds like we're going to end, but we do have right now 20.01. We do have board member who requested for an audit on solar project, which is Trustee Chancellor. And so this was placed on the agenda. And so Trustee Chancellor, I'm going to allow you to be able to speak on the item so we can discuss as a board.
You're like the worst guy in the room ever. Everyone's ready to go. Okay. I'm gonna
work to do.
All right, I'll make it I'll make it very brief. About 5 years ago, we installed some solar panels at our 3 colleges. Ventura College solar panels are still not operational. I've received numerous questions, concerns from constituents regarding, we invested millions of dollars. We had partnerships with third parties, I think Forefront, partnerships, MOUs with Southern California Edison. What's going on? So I want to make sure, I know our chancellor left, but to give props to our district, they have given us some information. But when constituents come to me, I don't have a solid answer of, I don't want to say it who's at fault, but what went wrong and where are we going and what happened. So as we do a lot of trustees, when there are things that we need to get to the bottom of, we have independent audits. And I have some reasoning for that. The first one would be need for an independent, unbiased audit. Internal reviews may be constrained by administrative relationships or past decisions. An external auditor can objectively assess the cause of delays, project management decisions, contractor performance, and whether deliverables were met. Another reason for it is, as trustees, we have a legal and ethical obligation to ensure that public funds, especially projects costing millions of dollars, are spent effectively, transparently, and in alignment with public trust. An audit ensures accountability. And one other reason that I thought it would be appropriate to share, a professional audit will yield insights that can prevent similar issues in future capital or sustainability initiatives, strengthening the district's project management framework. Every year we spend millions of dollars. We have upcoming projects that will cost millions of dollars. I think it is a very important use of public funds to get to the bottom of this project and figure out why 5 or 6 years we're still not generating solar energy at Ventura College. 5, 6 years ago, or 6 years ago, right when Trustee Torres and I were elected, we made a promise to the community. We're going to install these solar projects. We're going to do the right thing for our community. We're going to be as sustainable as we can when it comes to generating electricity. And in my view, we do have a role in falling short of that promise. So there are other parties involved, but I don't know exactly what happened. I think it's important that the board understands and gets a thorough report on that. So that's why I'm requesting. I thought it would be an action item, but requesting for the trustees to give our chancellor direction if we want to invest the resources, not internal, but external. So there would be, as we've done for numerous issues, an external firm that would provide us with some data.
Okay.
It's my long-winded request.
Thank you. So this is, trustees, we're engaged in a conversation, and if we choose to move forward in requesting the chancellor to look for an independent audit, then we would need the majority of the board to be able to support it. But we are having the conversation to determine if this is something we would like to move forward. So Trustee Chancellor has presented his reasoning as to why he wants an independent audit with some 3 points listed as to the reason. Any discussion or questions that we may have? Trustee Lichto?
Yeah, my first time visiting Ventura College, I saw the panels and I was a little shocked that they're still not operational. And I too, and just am dismayed with the fact that, for all this time, we could have been capturing probably a decent amount of power that's required to either run the campus or that would at least help sustain the operations. On the other hand, I believe that our district has the capacity and I think the willingness to get to the bottom of why we are where we are and why we haven't been able to move forward. And though I think if we were having the same conversation a year from now, I would probably either make the motion or second the motion to have an independent auditor come in and give us some answers. I don't know that I'm prepared to do that based on, you're a whole term ahead of me being in the process. And so I'm in a place where I want to give the chancellor and his staff the opportunity to respond to the questions that we've posed and let us know why we are where we are and when we're going to be in a better place, such as where the other 2 campuses are. So that's kind of where I am. It's more personal than anything else. I don't know that I've had enough time to really dig into it. So I'm not supportive of the audit at this point.
Thank you, Trustee Lichto. Any other comments? Trustee Mantooth?
I think this is it's an understatement to say that this is a topic of extreme frustration. And I share your frustration and probably everyone else's in this room with an undertaking like this. But I am actually more interested in moving forward. What I haven't heard, and with the reports that staff has provided to us, I've gotten some sense that in terms of finding who's at fault or who's going to be blamed, there's plenty to go around. And probably every character in this particular drama has some mud on them. What we might be able to do about a public utility that we have no control over, that's unlikely that we'll get anywhere with that by doing an audit. If I would have heard that there was fraud, misappropriation of funds, violation of the law, I haven't seen that bubbling up to the surface, which I think it would be incumbent upon this board to demand an audit for those reasons. But I too would like to give the staff the benefit of being extremely aggressive with getting this done. And if we find again that we're forestalled in some way or another, then we'll be talking to our own legal counsel or considering, separating some people from our organization. So at this point, and having said all that, I really don't want to invest the money or the time for the audit at this point, although I certainly share your frustration.
Thank you, Trustee Mantooth. Any other trustee? Trustee Pachowski?
It's frustrating. I mean, I'm right there with you. I want to see all three campuses running on 100% solar power so we can actually do what we need to do with the big massive utility, which is fire them because of what they did with the campuses in January. But I think Trustee Mantooth makes some sense. And so I'd say if we don't have significant progress in the next 6 months, that might change my mind. But I think we should go down that road and make sure that we're making the progress. And if not, then maybe we revisit that in 6 months.
Okay, so Trustee Chancellor, you've heard from some of the trustees, so it sounds like they're in support of an audit should they not receive any information in the next 6 to a year to be able to. We do have a new management. We have Valerie who's come on board and she's been working very diligently in trying to get information and reports. And we have the administrative staff who's listened to the board. So this is the first time I will say that we have a consensus, the entire board, including myself, that this is a priority. This is something that's going to be monitored. But we also have the chancellor and the staff. And I can say that in conversations with them, reports that they have been spending very much a lot of time to be able to bring to the board has also been a testament of their commitment. And so they've been talking about what can they do. And so we said, let's, even putting this on the dais, it's something we were going to do. And they recognized that a decision was going to be made, but they said, we'll put it there and we'll do with whatever the board wishes. And so what I have seen from also the team at the chancellor's office is a disposition to be able to also ensure that this gets done. All of this work took place. Nobody is here. The administrative team that was back in 2018, 2019, when we decided to do this work is no longer here. So they have heard from the board, the entire board, that this is a priority and that they're going to expect to see some of the work. And in 6 months, we will revisit this. And if it's not done, then there will be a different conversation. But you have your mic, so I wanted to know if there was anything you wanted to say. Or student trustee, you wanted to say something? You don't have to. I know Trustee Chancellor pointed that way, so I didn't want to put you on the spot. If you didn't raise your hand, you don't have to speak.
No, I just don't think I could add anything other than what has been said. I agree with the frustration, but I also agree with what has been said by the other trustees.
Trustee Pachowski?
I'd like to add that maybe we should add this as a standing item for the agenda each month to get an update on this solar project at Ventura College. That way we get monthly updates so we can make sure that we're staying on top of it as a board.
Okay. So do I get consensus from the board? So hearing from the board that this is an interest, what do you think about the thought of Trustee Pachowski having something every month, whether there's something to report? There might not be, but the chancellor can have his team say at this moment, there's nothing to report. Thoughts?
I agree with that.
Okay.
I think that'll cause us to rehash the entire topic each month.
Okay.
Quite frankly, that's human nature. So
Okay. Okay.
Let's fix it.
Chancellor McLennan.
Thank you. I really do appreciate the discussion. I just want to say for the record and publicly, and also remind the board that the board has received reports. And in fact, most recently, probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, from me, another update in terms of the progress of where we are with this work. I want to commend Dr. Mitchell for digging into this. And with all due respect to Dr. Mitchell, this project has been trying to move in the direction to completion prior to arrival, and it's continuing to move. And we've provided the board with a timeline, and we will provide regular updates, probably maybe even more than monthly. I'm not sure, depending on what transpires. But with respect to the reports that the board has received, I have not received one question about the information that the board has received for clarification, for edification, for contradiction, or for a better explanation about the timeline or the circumstances that have gotten us to where we are today. So I appreciate the frustration. I recognize it. We're responding to it. But if there's something more you need from information that you don't feel that you've had, you need to let me know what that is, and we'll make sure that we do our best to provide it to you.
Okay, so it sounds that from the board, Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, I appreciate all the comments, and I support the consensus of the board. I just, to me, without data of an audit, it's hard to truly know. It almost seems like certain organizations, either ourselves or perhaps, I don't know, because we haven't done the audit, but Edison or Forefront, they're getting a pass. And I think if we were building our own, if we were remodeling a house and delays were 6 years, you would want some accountability. And I know we've used, within those reports have been, hold on. Okay, just give me.
We'll let him finish, Chancellor McLennan, and then you'll respond.
Within that process, we as a district have used legal services. I don't know the dollar amount that we've used. We've used a lot of resources to get where we are, and they're still not online. And I think we're close. In the reports that you've shared, I feel great about it. I really do. Like, if anybody asks me, I'm like, we're really close. We're working hard on it. We're there. It sounds like, but 5 years have gone by, and I don't want to rehash this. We've made a decision. I support it. I'm just saying, without some data, it's kind of like we're hopeful, but I think some data would have been helpful, but I'm good with it. I appreciate you guys for listening. So,
Chancellor McLennan.
It has not been a 6-year delay. The project began 6 years ago. Moorpark, I can't remember, Moorpark or Oxnard, one or the other. One came online in late 2022. The other one came on in 2023. We're in 2025. We had an extraordinary problem with the $1 million transformer at Ventura College that got us into a tussle with both our contractors, with Edison. So it's not an accurate characteristic to say we've had a 6-year delay. You could say we've had a 1.5 years or a 2-year delay, and we've also had some extraordinary circumstances that are different in the Ventura project than they are with the other 2 projects. So, with that being said, again, I want to go back to the information that you have is what's been provided. We'll continue to do that. And if there's something missing from that, again, if you just let me know, we'll make sure we do our best to address it.
thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, 20.02, is there any requests for future items? Okay. So with that, then we are adjourning the meeting. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Enjoy the graduations.